Oh, my mic's on now. Thank you, Carmen. Where are you going, Bunty? Oh, thank you. Councillors, I'll declare the meeting of the Strategic Growth Committee open. We'll go to apologies first. We have apologies, partial apologies from Mayor Southgate and Deputy Mayor Taylor, and also Councillor Maxine for early departure. She has an important follow-up job to do at Rototuna High School. But I won't say exactly how many submissions she's going to harvest. Yep. And are there any other apologies? If not, I'll move that they be accepted, seconded by Councillor Bunting. Those in favour, against, that's carried. On Zoom, we have Māngai Ollie, Councillor Margaret. Oh, it's just shifted. Councillor Sarah. That's it from there. So plus us in the chamber. We'll follow the order on the run sheet, which is the standard bits first, followed by public forum, and we have one, possibly two public forum presenters, and then on through the report. The first major item we'll be discussing is the Metro Wastewater business case, which is item 11. You'll see has been moved up the agenda a little bit. So with that, I'll move confirmation of the agenda, seconded by Councillor Ryan. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll move, seconded by Councillor Ryan. Questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm just concerned about the late report that we received last night. The urban growth strategy documentation, it's some 100-odd pages. It was a lot of members may not have realised. I only realised very, very late. It's a lot to absorb.
It's a good point, Councillor Ewan. The lateness was signified, but not that much lateness, I think, perhaps.
And nor was the quantum.
Let's have a discussion amongst ourselves at morning tea. We won't discuss it before then. Is that all right at this point?
Yes, because I guess it's 130-odd pages. It's a significant issue, and I've had no way.
I just want to discuss a couple of things to do with that with staff as well, and we'll have a quick talk amongst ourselves about how best to handle it, see if we can get agreement on that at that point. But thank you for raising that. So could you note that item won't be on before the morning tea break? Thanks. So with that note, I'll put the motion that the agenda be confirmed. Those in favour raise their hands. Those against, carried. That's all unanimous. Thanks. We are going on to declarations of interest. Any declarations on any particular items? If not, we'll move on to the public forum. We have three speakers these are to item 8, which is the draft housing strategy and action plan. We're not going to move straight onto that afterwards, because they're on Zoom. They'll be able to watch it on live stream, and we'll give them sort of as much best warning of that as we can, so they'll be able to see it in that way, which is actually a bit easier in some ways than in person. So we've got Helena Tutiao, Jerry Pomeroy and Joy Ho. Welcome back, certainly, to the latter two. They've been well experienced in submitting to us and presenting to us. So I'm just looking at the screen here. Helena, are you speaking for the group, or Jerry or Joy? Who's going first?
We'll all go. Helena's going first, but she's still muted. Then me, and then Joy.
Okay. Kia ora, Helena. Would you like to lead off the presentation? Thank you. Helena's screen appears to be semi-frozen. Okay, well, just give us a sec while we try and.
She usually takes a little bit to get through, because everything reads it.
We're not hearing you, Helena.
She's on mute.
What? It's at her end.
Right.
All right.
Finally unmuted myself.
Excellent.
So, good morning, everybody. Really happy to have this opportunity to be here, and also via Zoom as well, instead of having to venture out into this rainy, stormy weather. So, yay for that. I think you know my colleagues really well, but I just wanted to introduce to you Jerry Pomeroy from DPA Waikato, and also Joy Ho from DPA Waikato, and myself, Helena Tutiao, from My Life, My Voice, which is a peer support organisation for disabled people, supporting disabled people, and also as a DPA Waikato member as well. So we're here to speak on the housing strategy, and I'll speak first. So going through the strategy, we're quite happy that it's based on the Human Rights Conventions. In particular, we're interested in the United Nations Convention for the Rights of Disabled People. And so throughout that has articles on adequate housing and accessible housing for disabled people. Also, my interest is on the UN Convention for the Rights of the Child as well. And that convention talks about, the right of children as well as part of the family to adequate housing as well. So that's really good. Just kind of wanted to get specific on those. And as you know, New Zealand has ratified both of those conventions. And also really like how it's kind of based on the kind of four pillars of the wellbeing strategy. I think that what our particular interest is, so as you're aware, 24% of the population identify of living with disability, and that's physical, psychological, neurological, sensory, and so that's set to rise, and so people have born with disabilities, also have acquired disabilities, and can have temporary and permanent disabilities as well. So we really advocate for universal design, and that's for dwellings to be designed so that it's usable, adaptable, accessible, and also safe, of course, for the changing needs of disabled people, and also throughout the lifespan. Our needs change naturally as we develop, when we look at it from the perspective of the cradle to the grave. So, and kind of just to give you a brief overview of the LifeMark standards. So the LifeMark standards are kind of have ratings. So to kind of focus on the on the 3 to the 5 star. So the 3-star rating of universal design is around usability, and so it's around designing dwellings where the, for example, the light switches are, easy to locate and use, the taps, the windows, and that sort of thing. The 4-star rating talks about adaptability, and so the dwelling is designed in such a way that it's just not going to be an expensive retrofit for people as their circumstances and needs change. And the 5th star rating is about accessibility, and that's about wide corridors. You know, being able to get from the front door to the toilet to the bathroom. In that way, and so we are real advocates of universal design. And also, just to give you a heads up, that we'll also be putting in a written submission to the CBD developer contributions remission policy. Yeah, so I'll let Jerry take it away from here.
Thanks, Jerry. Just be aware, I'm not sure how much time you were told, but we've used up a reasonable amount at the moment. I'm looking, not at your presentation, but the rest of our agenda today.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Councillor Day. We wanted to thank staff for their inclusion and collaborative work with us, with the disabled community. So in developing the housing strategy, they made time to connect with us as a community, and we were able to have input into the development of the strategy, which is really appreciated. We support the final draft. We can see Helena and I in particular also contribute to the Waikato Regional Housing Initiative work, so that we're involved at that level too. We'd just like to remind councillors that only 1% of New Zealand's housing stock is accessible, yet we're 24% of the population, and that's looking to rise to 27% as our population ages. There's 45% of people over 65 develop again as they age. So, yeah, we're supportive of the direction, and we look forward to contributing and participating in the future with the work that staff and councillors are doing in this space. Sure, and I'd like to hand over to Joy.
Thanks, Joy.
No, I'm just here to support what Jerry and Melissa have said, and we will put in a written submission about housing as well. Yeah, and
So that's all, is it?
yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Look, I'm not sure whether you've been told, but the meeting's being live streamed, and we'll try and give you a bit of warning before this item 8 on the housing strategy comes up. So we're not going straight into that. So thanks very much for your presentation, the three of you. Thanks. Okay, do we have the other presenter available? I can't see. Okay.
So we just left him missing.
Yeah, all right. This is sorry, councillors, we had a very late notice just before the meeting started of a request to present, but they weren't necessarily going to be ready, so we said, well, they can go second if they're here. But they're not here, so we'll have to give that a miss, but we'll try and find out exactly what the reference was to later. So, councillors, we're going to move on to the we don't have to move motion, the public forum, okay. On to the confirmation of the Strategic Growth Committee open minutes of the 18th of February. I'll move them, seconded by Councillor Ryan. Is there any questions or comments? If not, I'll ask for a show of hands. Those in favour, raise their hands. Those against, that's carried. Thanks very much. Councillors, we're on to the Chair's report now. So I'm just a couple of brief comments. I would like to thank the General Manager next to me here for the little photo she sent to illustrate my point that we're now talking about the metro area when we're talking about the Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy. I thought it was very timely that she sent to me the day that I was actually doing my report. Thanks, Jen, though she's actually blamed another staff member for sending it to her. But the point is that our urban growth, with that particular chapter, our urban growth strategy, it's really important that it's not just the Hamilton city boundaries, that it includes the metro area, the metro spatial area, that's what we need to talk about from now on, because issues like transport, Three Waters, clearly affected by developments around Hamilton, not just inside Hamilton. So that's what I'll say there. And just on the Cambridge to Hamilton strategic transport links, it's become apparent that that's a piece of work we need to pay a bit of attention to. We've got an expressway being completed in less than 12 months. We've got extra lanes through the Mangako Tukutuku Valley through into Rivoli as the off-ramp from the motorway there, from the expressway. And we've got very large growth in Cambridge, much bigger growth, but just about twice the growth rate of Hamilton at the moment, and not just from Cambridge city itself. I'm calling it a city because it's, in the old days at least, it would have been classed as a city with a 21,000 population, but from the hinterland around it, all the Matangi, Tamahiri, further out areas. We've got a new bus service, for instance, from Tokoroa that's coming via Cambridge now, so people are working in Hamilton but living and playing in all the surrounding towns, and that's the major route. We recently saw figures that showed that nearly half of the vehicle movements across our technical borders each day were from the direction of Cambridge, not from the town itself necessarily, but from that direction, and we have to have a way of coping with it and managing it that doesn't affect or worsen the congestion that we already have. So I've suggested in my report that we organise a workshop, we've said with elected members, because I didn't want to pick a particular group. It was more interested groups to work with staff from the three organisations and some of the elected members from others as well, from those surrounding councils on that particular piece of work on that corridor. We've got been doing some work in the Waikato Connections Committee, for instance, on corridors, sort of fast, rapid transit corridors within Hamilton City, but not yet, but connecting Hamilton City to elsewhere. I think we need to try and get ahead of the game on that Cambridge one by doing a bit of work here. It's not the highest priority right now, but it soon will become if we don't start some work on it. So that's, one other thing I was going to add to my report, which isn't in writing, just to say how good it was to see Te Huia get off the ground, as it were, last Thursday, and the actual formal service starts on the 6th, which is next Tuesday, a week from today. Actually I plan to be on that and go up to Auckland for the day and see what's happening in the city of Sales for the day and come back. But I note, and Councillor Ewan may want to add something to this, that there are now pieces of work that need to be done on what happens next. How do we improve Te Huia? We always saw it quite literally as a start-up service. It needs a lot of extra things to make it long-term successful, and this was the council that got it going in the first place, but we need to not only keep it going but to make it a strategic part of our sort of transport network rather than just a little add on the side, which I think how it's viewed by one or two people outside this council. But I'll just ask Ewan if you want to add anything briefly to the rail comments, given that you're our rep on that committee. I'm sorry this is verbal, but Thursday was too late to get it put in writing.
Mr. Chair, look, thanks for the opportunity. Like you, I am excited at the launch. It's had a very long gestation period. I think there are a number of ongoing challenges to the success of Te Huia. Obviously, one of them is, in some ways, a bit of a misalignment as to what the service is about. I mean, I think for the longest time, people have spoken about a commuter service, where I think its success lies in a much broader appeal. And I'm still terribly frustrated that we don't have the frequency that I believe we should. I'm terribly frustrated that we can't operate on a Sunday for some 3 years because of failure to invest in infrastructure in Auckland. I'm frustrated again that we constantly have to fight to convince the operation to operate on things like Mondays if it's a public holiday. I'm terribly frustrated that at every attempt to run ad hoc charters, which is where we could be making a meaningful difference, that there's all the reasons why we can't. Kiwi Rail comes up with reasons why we can't constantly. And until we're able to address those fundamental concerns, Te Huia will be at risk. And so I, with Dave and others, look forward to a day when it is, with a much broader interpretation of what Te Huia can do as an economic enabler. I encourage us all to use it in its current form, but this is its first iteration. Its future will be based on what it will look like in the future, and it's got to be more innovative. But other than that, I'm excited to get this underway.
Thanks, councillors. I'll just throw the floor open to any questions on the items that have been, 3 major items that have been mentioned. But just before I do, I'd like to put a sort of a message thanks to one other person that hardly got mentioned last Thursday. It wasn't anyone sitting around this table, these tables here. It was to someone sitting in the back row over there, to Chris Allen. I know that without Chris, he's looking like a possum in the headlights at the moment. Without Chris's work, it wouldn't have happened. He was our troubleshooter whenever we were particularly annoyed at things not happening with Kiwi Rail or the regional council or the government. We'd send Chris off with it, writing instructions, and he'd come back with it sorted out and on to the next problem. And he spent 2.5 years troubleshooting on behalf of this project and got it through, and that includes the Rotokauri Transport Hub as well, which is a major investment of our own. So Chris, thanks from here for you for that. So look, we've got questions. Sorry, Councillor Pascoe first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question about your frustration with the discussion at the Waipa governance group meeting. Is there some way that we can influence what goes on to the agenda of those meetings, given that, you know, perhaps some priority could be given to the areas where we think that there's a priority?
Look, we can certainly get items on the agenda. I think we have to be tight. This one we were hosting, and we were being nice by talking about LTPs, as I said first, and we spent all our time doing that rather than doing, so we have to probably improve our own act, because those other, the growth areas were on the agenda, but not specifically. In other words, the individual proposals weren't sort of mentioned. The map, Blair did supply to all the people attending it, that map with the blue circles around the outside of the Hamilton boundary, for instance. We just didn't get onto it in a timely fashion, and I have to say, when we did, that I was disappointed with the response from Waipa, which was basically to say, look, it's out of sequence, it's not in our district plan or yours, so tell them no. I don't think that was a helpful response, really, in the short run. So I think maybe we can talk with Blair about offline refining our focus onto some of those areas so we can get some actual action. there is at least one of those proposals actually has a resource consent, but it's a consent to build in a form that we don't think is suitable, and Waipa themselves agree is not suitable. It's a sort of, I think I mentioned it before, to create a mini Tamahere on the southwestern boundary, and there seems to, that's possibly, if we could start the ball rolling by having a specific agreement to deal with that proposal, we might actually, so that might break the ice, if you like, on the rest of them. But I don't know whether Blair wants to comment maybe on how we can get a bit more traction, which is in that sort of area, which is what you're talking about, Rob.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that question, I mean, is Waipa and Waikato, and I know Waikato is not mentioned here, are they aware of those stats of those cars that are coming into the city and the pressure that those commuters or people who are in those 140,000 car movements a day, the pressure that they're putting on the city's amenities?
It was only 130,000 when I wrote this report, but you might be right. It might be 140,000
well, I thought it was 140,
now.
but close to that anyway.
Yeah. Blair, I don't know the answer to that.
So the answer is yes, they are aware of that information, councillors, and certainly there are a number of conversations that I have with the chief executives of Waipa and Waikato following and before these meetings. To Councillor Dave's comment around how we make sure that those really important matters are addressed, I've certainly taken that feedback post the meeting on, and we'll structure the agenda in such a way that we get the most important matters up first. It was also unfortunate that there were a number of late apologies for the meeting, so we didn't have the full attendance. But certainly some of the matters on today's agenda, in particular the Urban Growth Strategy, HUGS report, and the principles there are really, really important in terms of helping us in terms of those conversations with Waipa. That is one of the things that will certainly open up the accelerated discussion around a strategic agreement with Waipa District Council. So there are many interrelated work streams here, and with Councillor Dave and with Mayor Paula, I'm working actively to progress this matter with Waipa, as we have with Waikato.
Okay, thank you. And next question is just on Te Huia. Just two quick questions. One, I thought from get-go the timetabling of Te Huia was around it being a commuter service, that it would get people to Auckland and back within a day to fit around meeting schedules. Is that a change emphasis, or is that still where it's currently programmed?
No, look, sorry.
How do I renew that?
I'm sorry if I've confused or muddied the water. Its current schedule is very much commuter focused. And if that's all we were asking for, then we will deliver. But its long-term future needs to be a much broader
I understand that,
Yeah.
And my other question is, how quickly will we start to get feedback on Te Huia in terms of patronage? Because to me, that's going to, patronage will depend on the delivery of a good service and all the promises that everyone's made in terms of using so how quickly will we get feedback as to numbers who are using the train?
Quickly, but I caution people who want to make early decisions based on initial load factor. This will be a long journey. Patronage will build over time, and we're trying to generate step change, and so we would want to be very cautious of people who suddenly say after the first 3 months, oh, well, look, it's not performing as well as we hope, let's can it, let's run for the hills, it's this terrible mistake.
Sorry, Ewan and Rob, I just don't want to go too far down that
I
rabbit hole.
didn't want that level of answer. I just wanted to know.
How
I don't
soon?
want to wait for 6 months.
No.
Where's the report?
The reporting will be back to the regional committees, Regional Connections Committee. At yesterday's meeting, it was agreed that the startup committee will will not manage the day-to-day operational aspects of Te Huia. We will look at long-term strategic. It will go to the WRC Regional Connections Committee agenda.
We'll find out when that meeting is.
And so every month, in theory,
So
that will be
ideally,
reported.
there'll be stats coming back every month.
And we will provide you with the stats as we do with buses.
Yep.
Monthly.
Okay, thank you. That's the answer to the question. Thanks.
I might point out when we first agreed to start the service, us, the Regional Council and the government, or the NZTA, all agreed it would be services on Saturday and Sunday were immediately stopped for the Sunday ones by the announcement of the track works for electrification from Papakura to Pukekohe. All trains are being stopped between here and Auckland because of that, not just ours. And then subsequent to that, there's been additional track works for some of the Saturdays, 12 over the next 9 months, I think it is, something like that.
Amazingly, the freight trains get through.
Yeah. Okay, so you can sort of get a flavour of some of the issues, but thank you, Rob, for those questions. Councillor Gallagher.
I'll make further comment on Te Huia and I'll speak to the report later on. I reserve that one. Just around the boundaries issues, and you correctly talked about lost opportunities in 1989. One hopes that Sarah and Kesh are not criticised by young councillors in 30 years' time or whatever for this year being of short-sightedness. But how do we actually get? I mean, as I understand it, one of the critical issues with Waipa is getting some agreement with, vis-a-vis the land outside of the Southern Links. And I think Blair did mention it. Where do we go from here?
So the question really relates to the strategic sort of boundary agreement that was briefly discussed, and I think, Blair, being brought back to the next meeting?
Yes, so councillors, on the agenda was a framework for a strategic agreement with Waipa that replicates the same agreement we have with Waikato District. So it was really there to provide Waipa elected members with a chance to see the intended direction. What was discussed was the work on the principles with regards to urban growth strategy. Once they are completed and Waipa have a chance to feed into those, then we can progress developing the agreement. So I wanted to put the framework of the agreement on the table at the last meeting, so there's no surprises, and I'll now work towards drafting an agreement along those lines. But the principles that we're developing as part of the urban growth strategy are a really important part of this conversation, and that's a later matter for the agenda today.
So you're confident that I'm not watching the movie Groundhog Day again?
These conversations are ongoing, councillors, but I feel that we are heading in the right direction. Waipa have preserved that land for future growth of the city. They've indicated that to us many times. We just need to be able to make sure that they understand why Hamilton wants to secure an agreement now and why we need to have those conversations in a joined-up way with developers. And that's the work that Councillor Dave and Mayor Paula, Councillor Ryan is part of in terms of just explaining the wider rationale for our move to think about that area to the south now.
Do we have a timeline on those offline discussions?
No.
Online, cross-line?
The Waipa meetings actually are open.
Yeah, we have meetings scheduled, councillors, every 3 months, but obviously these are active conversations and are happening regularly.
Okay, the word hopefully is on active. The other thing in terms of the transport corridor to Cambridge, that's going to come up at a later...
No, there's a resolution proposed in the Chair's report for that, to get some piece of work started, which I think staff have already done some work on.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's part of the mugs. I mean, of the transport corridor, I mean, it sticks out, 21,000 a commuter town down the road with respect to Cambridge, 21, I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yep.
It's hardly radical, Mr. Chair, but let's get into it.
We're doing questions at the moment.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Bunting, thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you, Chair. Can I add my congratulations to, in particular, you? I don't think you got, nearly as enough recognition on that day. These things happen, and also former Mayor Andrew King. I think he deserves a big pat on the back for his drive in that project as well. But I can say that for debate. I presume the answer to my question is no. Did I hear you right, Councillor Wilson, when you were talking, when you said it's going to be 3 years until we can operate on a Sunday?
Correct.
Is there nothing we can do? Like, do no trains get through on a Sunday?
Oh, no, actually, fascinatingly, freight trains manage to get through on a Sunday.
So can we hook our carriages onto the back of the freight trains?
Well, if we, yeah,
Well,
maybe,
look,
I guess I'm just trying to...
I suspect at the next, what would be quite a good idea at the next infrastructure committee, following Ewan's point about the stats coming through there, we get a report from Chris on the issues going forward, the current operation, and then have a discussion about how we might address them.
yeah. So, but
Rather
very,
than a big discussion here.
but very briefly, there are 4 categories of train. Freight is category 1, so they are top priority. Passenger trains are actually second priority. They are category 2. On a Sunday, category 1 trains seem to be able to operate, category 2 trains don't.
Yep. Let's go to that. I think Auckland Metro gets in ahead of us too, Ewan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with 1 train in each direction,
Yeah.
you would imagine there'd be some flexibility.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, look, let's come back to that with a decent item, if that's all right, Angela. At your committee, we get the part of the Connections Committee report will be on the train situation. Yep. Okay, sorry, I've got Mayor Paula, thank you.
Thank you. Gosh, I got completely confused as to whether we're in debate or questions.
We're on the
through
Chair's
that.
report.
It's questions,
There's 3
though.
items.
It's questions,
yeah.
right? Okay, because I've got some debate too. But just in terms of, I think it would be useful, can I ask the question of Councillor Wilson, who's doing a good job on the Rail Working Party, what the issue with, so that everyone hears the same reasons, what was the issue where we couldn't get those charters? Because we were looking at getting charters for key events, you know, things like Pacifica versus All Black Māori, those kind of really cool events that we could use. What happened with that, so that everyone else can understand the conversation you had?
Yeah, so just to be aware, I'm happy for you to answer the question, but I don't want to start a discussion on that yet because we haven't got any information.
No, I just want just one or two sentences.
I'm trying to stop the rest of council jumping in on the top of that.
Despite taking a very conservative approach to the charters, where we had initially thought of operating up to 6 over an 8-week period, we went to Kiwi Rail after considerable dialogue with the request to operate 1 weekend of charters, and we gave them 3 different date options. After considerable discussion and dialogue, they came back with our date, which we asked them to water test twice. They tested, they said we were good to go. We went out, we worked with Tourism Waikato and a private operator who chartered the entire train. We were ready to go to market with packages. And then at the last minute, they suddenly announced, oh, we've discovered a problem and the train can't go all the way into the city. It would have to stop at Papakura. The proposal changed considerably. We were going to charter into the heart of the city, and so we had to walk away. I was lost for words.
I think that's answered the question, but thank you, thanks.
There was a rumour that there was some concerns that at a government level that dignitaries were to be on the first train service and none of them could meet that on the charter. And so I often wondered whether or not
I think
that played a role.
I think we're going a bit
sure,
far
but that
here,
was
Ewan.
just a rumour and I can't prove that.
Yep. Paula, is that all?
Yeah. Oh, no, just one more on the boundary changes and growth.
Yes.
Just to Blair, if you might, given that we've reached a political agreement for the transfer of land, it's now being worked through. It sits at a technical level, doesn't it now? For the
Paula, we're having trouble hearing you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Given that we've got a political agreement around boundary changes, it's now sitting at a technical level to inform the timing and finances around that exchange, isn't it?
Yes, you'll recall that the agreement of Waipa was that they would like to see the principles agreed first, which is obviously part of the urban growth strategy paper later on, the development of those. Once they have seen the principles, then they are happy to then progress the strategic agreement. So Mayor Paula, it is my intention that working with Jen and her team, once those principles have been developed, at the same time we're preparing the strategic agreement.
Thank you. And we're a little bit further down the track, aren't we, with Waikato District in that regard?
So with Waikato District, we do have a modified agreement, a strategic agreement, and that agreement now allows Hamilton City Council to request at the date that we choose when we'd like to enact a start of a boundary change process. And so that is with the Chief Executive to write to their Chief Executive. We haven't obviously done that yet, but that process is now in place.
So just tracking along nicely, but yeah, we're on to it. That's what I want to say.
Thanks. I've got questions from Councillor Wilson, then a final one from Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Look, it's more of a procedural question. I'm just a little bit confused because there are actually two chairman's reports.
I'm coming to that, Ewan, after. I'm going to deal with the second one after this because it's a late item in a special circumstance. Okay, so I'm not discussing that one now, but I'm about to show people where it is and that, but after we've done this bit in my part of it.
Right, so I just...
No, I'm not going to discuss now a process point while we're in the middle of a discussion about 3 items.
Now, with all due respect, I raised at the beginning of the meeting concerns about the agenda and the late reports. What you've got here is 2 chairman's reports in 2 different items.
Ewan, please. I have already said I'm not going to have a discussion on that now. I'm going to try and keep this an orderly meeting. I will come to that. I will give you an opportunity to raise your point of process about that, absolutely, when we get to it.
So just point of clarification, you're not going to move the chair report?
I'm not going to move that part of the chair's report at all until we come to that, because we haven't introduced it yet. We're talking about the report that's in front of people that they've had for the right number of days.
Right, so...
With the verbal addition of the rail one.
Right, so agenda item 6, which is your report... is...
Ewan, I'm having trouble here with your unwillingness to listen, in my opinion, to what I've said. The only items that we're going to discuss we're discussing at this point, the 2 motions that the A and B, 1 that we received the report, and B relating to the Cambridge to Hamilton thing. That's what we're discussing now, that report.
You know, Mr. Chair, I guess I'd say this. If you were sitting in my seat and somebody else was chairing, you'd be the one jumping up saying this is a very odd process. That may be, Ewan, but I've asked you not to raise that now. We'll come to that because we have an order of doing things, and we're not going. You know, I'm not going to have a discussion on something that hasn't even been introduced. We will have that. And the first thing we'll do is discuss the process. The second thing, any substantive discussion might follow. And you'll have an opportunity to do that there, please. Absolutely. At the moment, we're discussing the chair's report only. Point of order. In which case, then we need to discuss the other part because there are
Your point of order, what is your point of order?
That you're misleading this chamber. There are 2 different chair reports, both of them called item 6. So with all due respect, how can you selectively determine which item 6 you're talking about?
When I introduced this report, I said the item we were discussing, I pointed out the 3 issues, the 2 that are down here, and they include A and B. I did not specifically include the other one because it came in overnight. I'm going to address that after this. Okay, so that's the end of the matter now. I'm going to go on to a question from Councillor Gallagher on this report. Then I'm going to come back, Ewan. I'm not going to ignore you, but I'm just trying to do it in order, okay?
Te hui, I certainly note Councillor Wilson's frustration on the Te Hui rollout. We've been talking about weekend services. You know, how many years before Te Pūnui getting up to Newmarket, etc., increased frequency. what's the latest on our interaction with the Minister of Transport ongoing? Because this government obviously has invested considerable political capital in this service, and there appears to me to be a mismatch between what the government wants to achieve and what its faithful servants in Kiwi Rail appear to want to achieve. There seems to be a discordant note here.
I'm going to ask if the Mayor would like to answer that in terms of their work with Minister Wood on our transport strategy. Paula?
Yep, I can talk. Oh, do you want, well, yeah.
What's happening with the government and Minister Wood? And
Well, he's coming down in a time in April. We're still putting the agenda together, influenced, of course, heavily by his office, his ministry, and what he wants to talk about. But I've already indicated to the relevant chairs and other members to send to James any particular key points that are consistent with Council's approach that you would like me to raise with him. Whether I can get him at this point into the room with the entire council is unlikely because it's quite a big day, but I will be including the relevant chairs and the council agreed position on that day.
you don't have a date? Exact.
We're still working on the details, aren't we?
It was something like the 22nd at one point.
It's late April and, you know, the minister's still trying to figure out how he fits in all the parts that he wants to see. And, but you know, look, I mean, you just have to trust me on the fact that I'm not going to go there and speak against council's direction, and there will be other people in the room with me. And you know, obviously, yourself and Councillor O'Leary are pivotal in that, and I've already spoken to Councillor O'Leary around
I'm
that.
told from behind you that it is the 22nd, Paula.
Right, good.
That is the date that I'm advised, yes.
Yeah. I've got a lot of work between now and the 22nd, so you know I knew it was coming. I think we've got plenty of time to put consistent messaging up, and we will.
Follow up.
It's certainly not for me to micromanage any visit by the Minister, but I would suggest that Councillor Wilson should be in the room, because I do think the Minister needs to be aware of some of the day-to-day roadblocks. But it's excellent you've got Councillor Leary.
It's actually a track block, not a road block, but never mind.
Yeah. Look, that's
Track
absolutely
block, track
possible for the right part of the visit, and as Councillor Wilson will acknowledge, I raised the issue of charters and other matters to the attention of the audience at the Te Huia launch.
Can I suggest that any councillor wanting to check what will be discussed or put in ideas go through James, the Chief of Staff?
And we will circulate a discussion document.
It would be handy if he
so
did,
you will not be surprised by anything that I propose to the Minister.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, what we're dealing with here is the two resolutions, which I'll move that we receive the report and request staff organise the workshop, etc., in Part B, dealing with them only. That the report that we're receiving is the one immediately above it, relating to the Metro Urban Growth Strategy, the Cambridge to Hamilton transport links, and the verbal comments on rail that have been had. We will then later deal with another item that's come forward overnight, but I'm moving that as seconder for that, seconded by Councillor Gallagher, thanks. It's open for discussion. The only thing I'll say is that it's important that we move at pace, I think, with the, to use a term that was coined during the COVID lockdown, on the urban growth issues, the fringe urban growth issues. If we don't, we run the risk of losing control of the agenda, of the order of development and things like that. And I think we have to take the bull by the horns in that area, which is why I'm pretty much every meeting now raising those points. And our staff are doing their best to, I believe, to follow and support that now as well. So I'm keen that we don't lose sight of that. But obviously there's a job to do convincing the surrounding councils that they need to support us doing that also. One of the important points actually in here, which I will refer to, is that when Waipa, let's say, or Waikato for that matter, are dealing with growth in the fringe of Huntly or Cambridge, that's their own territory in a legal sense that they're dealing with. They debate amongst themselves whether to approve or to expand into areas. When we wish to have that sort of debate and look at expanding into areas, there's next to no land left within the city currently. We have to then have a third and fourth party involvement, which is much more difficult for us than it is for the councils around because of that very small urban legal footprint that we've had since 1989. So that's the sort of genesis of the problems we face, I believe. But not that I'll comment on any further on the Council of 1989 and what it didn't do. I don't know whether anyone in this room was present at that time, but that'll be my comments in favour of this. I've got other speakers. Councillor Gallagher next.
Yeah, and I'll deal with Te Hui briefly in a minute, but the boundaries issues, and it's very good that you talk about 1989, because at the time the council, in hindsight, was proud of the fact that we'd never had to go to local government commission to sort boundaries, and we could negotiate with surrounding territorial authorities. But the problem, of course, was that was at officer to officer level. In hindsight, there should have been far more political oversight and future watch. And I mentioned before that if, for example, some new councillors, even Councillor Ryan over there, is around in 20 years' time, whatever, I hope that we don't have other chairs to sort of say, well, what lost opportunities we had in 2021 because we never pushed it. And I've mentioned very deliberately Groundhog Day because I just feel that we talk and talk. Local government's really good at that. But I think there's a point where we need to have some time limits. We need to know what we're going to achieve. And the ultimate backstop is local government commission. Hopefully we don't go there. But I think Councillor McPherson, you absolutely highlight the urgency of these issues. In the 1 minute 45 seconds I have left, I want to reflect on the great launch of Te Huia and what a marvellous day it was. I will, however, say this, just as we honour, I think, Julie Hardacre's legacy in restarting the river plan. I'm sure the current mayor will have a number of legacies that we will honour in years to come. I absolutely want to honour Mayor Andrews' legacy in terms of getting the Te Huia underway and the Rotokauri Transport Centre. And it's really good you acknowledged Chris Allen. Also very good that Mayor Porter on the day acknowledged Ewan Wilson. He doesn't have any more hair to lose, but I'm very aware of the frustrations, and I really admire the work he's actually doing on that body to, push with with Kiwi Rail and others. But I think I remember 12, 15, 20 years ago, you took me, or we went together on the capital connection from Wellington to Palmerston North. So even though I've been one of the supporters of this project, along with many others, I want to acknowledge, Dave, your incredible passion and articulate advocacy for this that does span 20 years, because you were lobbying me as an MP way back then. I also, as I said, really want to acknowledge Andrew, Eyewitnesses Deputy Mayor, you, Andrew and Chris, the times you went to Wellington, the picking up the phone, the continuous lobbying, pushing and shoving. So the three of you, I hope that we as a city will have the good grace to acknowledge you. And I suspect in this term we're also being acknowledging Councillor Wilson here for carrying on some of that struggle. Because ironically, even though we've got Te Huia, there seems to be quite a battle ahead to actually get the service in the way that we want it.
Thanks. Mayor Paula, please.
Thank you, Chair Dave. Just starting on the growth things at the moment with Waikato and Waipa, we are making good solid progress with you and with Councillor Hamilton also in the room. We do need to keep our firm collaborative approach, which is what underpins the way we work together with Futureproof. Let's not bite the hand that feeds us. I think we have a key intent. They understand, Waipa and Waikato understand the intent. And as I noted in my questioning, detail is happening at a technical level right now, and we expect to see some progress made in the next meeting. So I assure you we haven't taken the foot off the throttle in that respect. We are moving. We know the pressures on our boundaries, and they understand them too. In terms of Te Huia, let me say I was a bit surprised at some of the debate that occurred in the question time. Having said that, I support charters. Charters do provide a golden opportunity for us to add to the business case, to add to the revenue of Te Huia going forward. And I mean, I imagine Hamiltonians being able to get up to things like the America's Cup, or Aucklanders being able to come down for a Pacifica versus Māori All Black game at our stadium, or when we host big events like we had a full stadium, full Claudelands with crowded house. I expect those kind of off-peak opportunities through charters to be explored, and I will be talking further with the Chief Executive of Kiwi Rail and the Minister when he comes. I noticed on the day that there was when I mentioned charters, there was a little bit of political interest in the front row. I'm saying tactfully. We do need greater penetration into Auckland, and we need greater penetration towards the airport, Auckland Airport. And I think in the long term, we do need greater frequency and choice. We've always known that. But this is a starting point for Te Huia. And I also want to encourage, as Councillor Wilson has, people to make the most of this service, get on board, experience it, and enjoy the alternative to travelling up the motorway in a car. So I do hope that Hamiltonians will embrace this and give it a go. When we were trying to shift some momentum onto buses, I've got 40 seconds, we used events like Balloons Over Waikato to change behaviour. People saw that actually it was quite good to go to the balloons on a bus. And then they transferred some of their loyalty from buses, like, it was not too bad to ride the service. And I expect that charters could produce the same result. We could have a charter and people think, hey, that was pretty cool. We came down from Auckland, it was easy, we got to the game. I might give the commuter service a try and so on, and vice versa from Hamilton to Auckland, because we're connected. So that's what I'm looking forward to. That's what you have my support to raise with government and with Kiwi Rail.
Thank you. Councillor Ewan, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dave. I want to first add my voice to thanks for the leadership to Chris Allen and the former Mayor Andrew King. Success has many fathers, failure is an orphan. But I also want to add a heartfelt thanks to yourself, Councillor Dave. We don't always get on, but I admire and I have respected your drive and determination on this matter. And I remember being overseas 3 or 4 years ago and messaging you frequently when I would hear discussions in the media about rail. And I was always comforted that with you on the case and with you snipping at the heels of decision makers throughout the country, Te Huia was going to eventually evolve. And so well done for your determination, and thank you for that work. In regards to charters, I'm excited at the opportunity. And although often when you talk about charters, Kiwi Rail's name comes into the play, I am reminded on moments of reflection that actually Kiwi Rail occasionally needs to be reminded they're a service provider. We, as in the ratepayer and the taxpayer, pays them to operate Te Huia. It's not their commercial initiative, it's not their marketing, it's not their product, it's our product. It's called Te Huia. It's an initiative driven by the people of the Waikato through its leadership at the Regional Council and the Hamilton City Council. And Kiwi Rail just needs to be reminded that as part of that service delivery, we want them to execute charters for all the reasons that I think makes common sense. The difficulty is Kiwi Rail not only operates the service, but they play a vital role in the allocation of who gets on the tracks and when, and they play a vital role in maintaining the tracks. Now, the reason sometimes this government and other governments are a little bit cagey regarding Kiwi Rail and what they do is that they accept quietly some responsibility for the failing to invest in critical infrastructure for rail for decades. And whether it's red or blue, both parties are as guilty as each other. So that's where the sensitivity is around. I am hopeful under this current government, and in fact it's clear they are spending the money, but there will be a number of years that we're having to play catch up. And that, unfortunately, is a bit of a limiting factor when it comes to charters. But otherwise, it's great. I'm pleased it's up and running.
Thank you, Ewan. Councillor Robb, please.
Thanks, Chair. Look, we regularly talk and more than regularly, often talk about around this table about the pressures on our boundary. And yet, you know, we don't seem to get anywhere in terms of making progress on extending our boundary. And I think of back in the last term, we actually had a draft agreement. I think Blair had a draft agreement with Waikato that they were almost finalising on how we might move ahead with some boundary changes. But I believe that hasn't gone anywhere. The last long-term plan, we were negotiating with one of our neighbouring councils around trickle feed water in terms of the cost being more appropriate to what water was costing us. And I believe almost 3 years later, that agreement has not been approved by both councils. So I'm getting more and more frustrated by the fact that we talk about it, and I don't know what the other councils do. Maybe they just listen to us and then go back into their little burrows, back into their groundhog days, and don't do anything at all about it. So I think we need to be bold and we need to be moving forward. And if our neighbouring councils don't want to do anything about responding to our boundary pressures, then we need to consider what other options are available to us. And I think we need to do that sooner rather than later. On to Huia, and I see I've got 1 minute and 23 seconds to go. On to Huia, Councillor Martin talks about the government's investment into Huia. Let's face it, Councillor Martin, it's not the government investing, it's the taxpayer investing, and something like about 90 million. And I think that Councillor Ewan is right. This is not a commercial decision by Kiwi Rail. It is Kiwi Rail as a servant of the public spending $90 million of ratepayers' money to get the service up and running. So they should be working with us and not against us, and I sense that that's what's happening. Remember also that Waikato Regional Council took $5 million of Hamilton ratepayers in this current year to help fund the service, which we'll be lucky to see 3 months of the service operating. And of course, Waikato, who are as much recipients of the service, put in no dollars at all into that fund. So I'm a little bit sceptical. You know, again, we need to be bold with these groups, and this might be a major agenda item with the Minister when he's here later in the month, that we need to get our way in terms of what this service is going to be, rather than respond or accept what Kiwi Rail tells us is what we're going to get. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mark, please.
Thank you, Chair. You know, when I first got onto council, I didn't kind of realise what we could do. And I'd been on for about 3 weeks, and I had a phone call from a lady at the end of our street who said, "Congratulations on being on council." I said, "Oh, that's very nice of you, thank you very much." She said, "I have a job for you." I thought, great, and thus it began. But there was, on the corner of our street, there was a sort of an unused park, tiny area with a tree and a whole bunch of flax bushes, and she said, "Wouldn't it be great if we had a path behind that tree so, in particular, women with prams could get through there?" I thought, "Oh, that's pretty jolly huge." And so I rang Jason Harrison, and he said, "Yes, we could do that, yeah." I said, "Oh, could we?" And he said, yeah. I said, "Well, how much would it cost?" He said, "Oh, we could probably 10 grand all to cover it." I went, $10,000? Oh my God, that's huge. And thus the thing went through. And our neighbourhood was so excited, they had a little ribbon cutting ceremony. I had to cut the ribbon on this little path. And every time I drive past that thing, I think, hey, I'm a pretty effective councillor, that's cool. Fast forward to about a week ago, and here I was standing on a blimmin' brand new platform with the Prime Minister arriving, talking about how colour coordinated she was with the train. Train pulls up, and there was a huge platform over the top, and I had to doff my cap to Councillor Dave and go, wow, look what you guys have done. You got a train, you got a platform, you got a service, and you've got 5 carriages of people all there wanting to take credit for it. Really good politics. That was, to me, regardless of what we think of the train, and regardless of whether it's going to work or not, whether it works on the weekends, I doff my cap to the incredible leadership and power that you all put in and that you continue to put in. I personally feel it's going to take that much power to keep the thing, get the thing going to the next success. It's one thing to launch the ship, it's another thing to start the motors and get it useful. I thoroughly urge, because people have been horrified when I've said to them it's not going to be working on Sundays. I think there's a massive market waiting to happen on the weekends, and I'll do whatever I can to help you push with Kiwi Rail, lobby, petition, do whatever it takes, because I think there's a big market on the weekends of people wanting to go both ways. Charters, let me help. I'm really keen. So congratulations. It was really something to witness for a young politician. It was exciting to see what we can do.
Who was the young politician?
Young politician, didn't say young man. Okay? All right. Yes.
Thank you. Just checking that there's no one else on the list. No, thanks. I'm just going to say a couple of things. I thank Rob for bringing up his points on getting boundary change issues moving, and perhaps this council needs to be more explicit on which particular ones we want to open up next and put it in writing and follow it up with the meetings we need with the surrounding councils. At the moment, our talks are probably, in my opinion, too general. To strategy long-term focused. We need some short-term focus mixing in with that as well. So thank you for bringing that up. Just in relation to the rail, while we're talking about some of the challenges and hurdles that we're struggling to overcome with that service, I also have noticed, as a result of the rail working group, a bit of a sea change in some of our partners. In the past, we never had the regional council on side with things. While they didn't initially leap up with enthusiasm when we raised the rail, they are now, some of them very enthusiastic, some of the individuals, including Chair Russ, but also some of the staff have been incredibly helpful in this, and I think it's helped broker a better relationship with the regional council, the whole rail discussions that we've gone through. Likewise with the district council. Now, while they haven't put any money into this at the moment, their next LTP does have money in there as a contribution to the service. They recognise that they are not contributing in the same way that Hamilton City is, and they're looking to redress that. Whether it's sufficient and in the right time is yet to be finalised, but certainly the movement's in the right direction. Also with Kiwi Rail, I like it. Every time I see them in operation, I think of that program from the 1980s, Gliding On, the last vestiges of the old public service. But they do have some new people in there that are go-getters. They just struggle with their own bureaucracy as well. And we have a guy that's been on the governance group from the start, who gets just as blindsided by his maintenance division's sudden discovery of track work that's needed in Auckland as we do. So, you know, we're trying to, at the same time, we're maybe being a little bit instrumental in converting them to maybe 1990s instead of 1970s public service speak. The other thing I'd add is that I think it's important to remember that the rail service is integrated with the... Was that time, was it, Paul? It was integrated with the rest of our transport services, which is why I'm really pleased about Rotokauri Transport Hub, which is, as well as the 4 train movements a day, is going to have close to 200 bus movements a day through there, and integrated with across into the base with all the bus movements over that side as well. And I think that's an important lesson for how we develop our transport in the future. Nothing gets started, whether it's a ferry or a train or a bus that's not, or a cycleway that's not integrated with the rest of our transport services. So while we're pushing ahead in one area, make sure we're not disconnecting from other areas of transport. So that's me. I'll ask for a show of hands vote on A and B as in your attachment 1 Chair's report. Those in favour, raise their hands. So we got, yeah, that's everyone, thanks. That's, and against, that's unanimous, thanks, Carmen, or Tyler. Now, councillors, what I propose to do is before the, there is another report, and I think there's actually 2 late reports. There's the one we discussed earlier, and I want to talk with staff about the second one as well, Ewan. So what I'm proposing is that we leave that until after morning tea, where I have a talk about the process with staff involved, whether there's a better way to handle that possibly. I've got a couple of ideas, and then report back on that after morning tea. I'd like to go into the next item now. And there it's, councillors, perhaps some of you haven't seen this, there's a second, as Ewan's pointed out, a second Chair's report that appeared on Diligent overnight. Friday, sorry. Yeah, on Friday. My apologies, because I didn't actually have it, because I had mine up from last week. I didn't actually see it, but we'll discuss that. Sorry, good point, Paula. It's called the Strategic Growth Committee Open Supplementary Agenda. It's underneath the public excluded one. That we just hold that until morning tea, and I'd like to start to go back to the. We also have guests here for this, to the Metro wastewater detailed business case, do an introduction and start the question rounds of that before we break for morning tea, so we can at least get our heads around that at the moment. We've got in the room with us, and I'll probably invite them and Blair to come up to the table. We've got Jackie, who's well known to you. We've got Blair, and we've got Peter Winder, who's known, I think, to most of us. Peter's the wastewater project director, if that's the right title, but also our future-proof implementation advisor. Yep.
On the current document in Diligent, item 11 actually isn't there, so you have to go to the new supplementary document to find item 12. So we are switching out of the current document to move to this item, and at the heart of this item is the matter that you want to talk at morning tea. So
This is not one of the 2 that we talked about delaying until morning tea, Ewan, okay. Because we had a discussion during the workshop last week about the fact that this would possibly be coming a bit late, okay. And it was the first of the extra reports. And we've had that workshop, which sort of caused it to be late, if you get what I mean. Yeah. I understand your point. So, again, councillors, but thanks for raising that. The supplementary agenda there is what includes the Metro wastewater detailed business case. You'll see item 11 there with its attachments, and that follows on from our workshop last week. I think you and that we've got our heads more around that than the other 2, perhaps, because of it was only, I think, a day late. Yeah, 1 day late, which we were advised of in advance.
okay.
Yeah. So, but just Ewan's right to point out that it's in the supplementary papers. So if councillors have got that, you might like to have that up. I'm going to ask Blair to lead off and get whoever else to speak that you want.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And look, we don't propose...
With the rain a bit, help us up the front here by speaking a bit louder.
Sure. So, councillors, we don't propose to spend an inordinate amount of time talking through the detail of this report. This was obviously the subject of a discussion at a workshop. With me, Peter Winder and Jackie. So Peter Winder is the project director, Jackie project manager for the sub-regional Metro wastewater project. The purpose of today's report is to obviously provide a comprehensive update as to where the project is at right now, but also to seek direction and support for the preferred pathway in terms of the wastewater options, and also to support the work that Peter and Jackie in terms of refining that option as the detailed business case progresses. So I'll let Peter just make a few comments and then take questions.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you. Good morning. And firstly, my apologies for not being able to be with you when you ran the workshop on this. I was dealing with a few governance problems in Wellington at that time. In terms of an introduction, I don't propose to say a whole lot. You've clearly workshopped through this, other than to remind you that this is a work in progress. The business case is not complete, so this is not the final decision. This is a waypoint, a milestone as we work through the process of the business case, which started with many, many options and has progressively refined that to come down to a shortlisting, a preferred option decision at this point from the two shortlisted options that we came to previously. The whole business case process is a process of refinement, trying to find the best solution for having viewed it against a number of criteria. And within that, really important to acknowledge that both of the options that were carried forward have much the same impact in terms of best for river outcomes. And the core of that is all of the options that we considered have a step change in treatment quality, which ensures that their actual impact on the river and the health of the river is much the same between the two options and dramatically better than current levels of treatment. All of the options assumed a level of treatment more akin to the Pukekohe standard that's been applied than currently happens at either Puketi or Cambridge. The second thing that I'd really like to highlight is one of the things that you have been grappling with this morning is uncertainty over the pace and scale of growth. And how we deal with that in planning for wastewater is really important. And one of the things that we've been really wrestling with within the detailed business case is how can we deliver an option that is scalable over time and enables you to respond to growth either by scaling up and doing things more quickly, but at the same time respond to the uncertainty over the timing of growth by ensuring that you're not required to spend a whole lot of money up front that may be wasted or not required for a long period of time. And it's that flexibility that is the core difference between these two options. Option 2A requires a very large expenditure right at the beginning to pipe all of the wastewater from Cambridge down the river for treatment near the airport, and a very substantial plant at the beginning of the process in order to make it work. Option 4A provides far greater flexibility in terms of the timing of when you need to do substantial capital, and the overall project is cheaper. That for me is the core of this. Both require collaboration between the three territorial authorities, and both reflect, in my view, a continuation of the boundaryless approach to planning, because the total package is designed to support the wastewater needs across both Waipa and Waikato as well as Hamilton. It is fundamental in option 4A as the preferred one that steps are taken immediately to preserve the capability to build over time the treatment solution. Therefore, securing a site that is capable of providing the scale over time that is necessary early on is really important. And my sense is that the recommendations that have come to you are designed to ensure the level of collaboration between the partners that is necessary to be confident that that investment can be made and that we are securing the options for the future. And if I was to reflect on some of the theme of your earlier debate, it's important that we don't have any regrets over this decision, and are confident that it has the capacity in due course to deliver what is necessary to support the growth of the area. From what I've seen to date, and from what the work that the project team has done, I'm confident that option 4A has that, but we're not yet through the whole of the process. There is more work to be done to refine option 4 and to ensure that we have addressed all of the issues. So again, in terms of feedback, if there are any other outstanding issues or concerns that this council has, now is the time to articulate those so that we can ensure that they are addressed as we complete the business case process.
Thanks,
Jackie,
Peter.
is anything else to add?
Yeah?
No, I think you've covered it really well. Thanks, Peter.
Thanks. Councillor, I'll just note with the staff recommendation here that they've worked this through several iterations with myself, trying to take on board some of the comments from councillors at our workshop last week, particularly in relationship to where's the contribution from other councils, to not necessarily say yet that 4A is our preferred one, so that you'll see I was going to say craftily, probably carefully is better worded, B there that says the preferred staff recommended, sort of making the point that staff believe this is the best. It's not there's no final decision from our elected wing on that yet. And also that point J that was added at my request, that we do the Southern Metro wastewater detailed business case in order to consider some of the development issues that have arisen around our fringes on the south, and that whatever work happens can incorporate those needs as well, and can speak to those needs as well as the northern area. So there's hopefully this has included the points that councillors raised at the workshop, not to say that others can't be added. So I'm going to go to questions now, and we'll stop at, say, 11 or close to, and come back with the questions, which I'm sure won't be finished by then. And Mayor Paula, please.
Thank you. Just three quick ones. Is the cost of buying the land on the south factored into the cost of 4A, or are they separately dealt with at the moment? They're separately.
So
does the overall cost of the project include the purchase of the land in 4A?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
It does.
To the extent that we can, we've got apples for apples comparisons that are complete between the two and comparable between the two options.
And we don't know whether there's a willing seller, willing buyer kind of scenario for that required land?
Certainly there are a number of places where that could go, and there have been initial discussions with a couple of landowners, and yes, it's my expectation that there is a potential for a willing seller, willing buyer approach.
As opposed to a declaration of their land and taking it through Public Works or something like that?
Yes.
Okay, just in terms of the timing of Cambridge, their wastewater plant, that was pivotal in this decision, wasn't it? Also that they need to crack on, for want of a better term, in their LTP with their considerable spend on a wastewater plant for Cambridge?
So that was pivotal in the timing for not so much the decision between the options as the timing for the whole of the business case. The consent, the temporary consent that Waipa has for Cambridge discharges means that they are on a very short time frame to need to come to a solution, and that solution needed to be either the rebuilding of the Cambridge plant in a way that was that would meet modern treatment standards, or the connection to the option that we identified in option 2A of a centralised southern facility. So the timeline for all of this work has been driven by the need to give Waipa certainty to make that choice.
And have they still got skin in the game in terms of investment in an airport precinct wastewater plant as required, or is that would that be written into any agreement? Because that might not happen at the same time.
So my strong advice was it needs to be, and from the conversations that I have had with Waipa, They understand absolutely that the servicing of the area in and around the airport and its environs is fundamental and is currently their responsibility because they're the territorial authority. And they understand that they will need to have skin in the game in the solution, and that the solution...
Do they have it in their LTP though, Peter?
There's a provision in the LTP that's unfunded, is my understanding.
So it's detailed in the report, but Waikato District Council, they included some provision for purchase of land and undergoing consenting processes, but that's unfunded. Waipa District Council, because of the program they were working on for their LTP, they didn't adjust their long-term plan to explicitly provide for purchasing land.
And have they adopted their long-term plan?
No, no.
So we can submit to that.
Hence the
matter.
recommendation to craft a submission to the LTP.
Final.
Sorry, Paula, just point G speaks to that, the submissions.
Yeah, sorry, because we are catching up with this supplementary, and I was aware of that through the conversation, but thanks, Dave. Just last one, in terms of Three Borders, and a number of us went to the Te Rotorua, to the presentation of Local Government New Zealand, etc. In terms of Three Borders and the future of an entity over these matters, is there an issue, do you think, with having lots of little localised solutions as opposed to having a, what's the word, amalgamated, integrated approach? I mean, the water entity, will they be concerned about acquiring little bits and pieces of a network, or would they be looking for something more systematic? What's your view on that? I mean, because, you know, they are going to inherit a whole lot of rats and mice water services across New Zealand.
So,
I know it's political.
well,
sorry.
no, I think there's a reasonably straightforward technical answer to that. The drivers for a new water entity are going to be how they deal with the health of the river and the quality of the discharge that comes from their wastewater treatment plants, and they will inherit a number of, no matter where you look in the country, any one of the new water entities will inherit a number of non-compliant wastewater treatment plants. So a significant priority for any one of them will be the investment required to deliver compliance and address the poor performance of wastewater treatment.
Sorry, I thought I saw for 4A that one of the risks was around creating a history of various potentially privately.
So I'll come to that shortly, because I think that's a separate issue than the way that a water entity may respond. But I'll address that shortly.
I'm trying to be future looking as well. That's all.
So the second key thing from my point of view in terms of a water entity is, even though they will presumably be established with more debt headroom than the territorial authorities currently have, they will be capital constrained, which means that they will be looking for how they can deliver the best that they can within what will be a constrained capital environment. And thirdly, they will be constrained automatically by the nature not just of the treatment plants, but the network that takes wastewater to them and the way that operates, and that limits the number of options or choices you have as to where you can put things. The current network in Hamilton is limited in terms of the direction that you can move wastewater and how much you can move it through the city to either of the plants that we're contemplating. So all of that provides the operating context. To address Mayor Paula's specific question, I think a wastewater entity would be most concerned about a solution which is a large number of very small package plant solutions. And why would you be concerned about that? Well, it's very difficult to achieve the level of the standard of treatment that we're contemplating here in a small package plant, because you simply don't have the volume to justify the nature of the treatment that's necessary. And the risk with option 4A is that, and indeed it's this, to a degree the same risk applies in option 2A, that the real treatment solution doesn't arrive fast enough to support the level of growth that is happening, and in order to get growth, individual developers decide to pursue localised package plant solutions for their development. In my view, that would be a far inferior outcome and far less likely to deliver the improvement in environmental quality that we're looking for out of a more centralised solution.
Thank you, that's clear. Thank you,
Thanks,
Chairman.
Peter. Look, I think we'll break now rather than start Councillor Ewan's questions because he's got a few. We'll come back at 15:15, starting with Councillor Wilson on the questioning order. Okay? I'll probably report back on those other two items just before that. So we'll break now. Thanks very much. 15:15. we're about to get going. Okay, councillors, we're going to resume. We're on questions on item 11, and we've got Councillor Ewan now.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dave.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, Ewan. I was going to say what was happening with those other two items just briefly. Sorry, Ewan. The extra item in the Chair's report we'll discuss straight after this. It's simply a matter of receiving a registration of interest on the behalf of 2 staff members operating in our area. So we'll come to that afterwards. The other item on the metro, on the urban growth strategy, will come to as listed here, but the first discussion we can have will be about the process. So we'll have time to air that as well at that point. So that's what we'll do with them. So Ewan, on to you, questions on this item. Each of those items we can discuss as we come to them.
Right, okay.
And we have the option
Right,
of
so
procedural motions and everything
Sure.
like that then.
Okay, so I'll reserve that until item 12. I do have a couple of questions of staff on item 11, just to get my head around the time frame.
Yep, sure.
Okay. The first question is, when was item 11 in its entirety, with all of the attachments, circulated to elected members?
That was circulated at 6:47 p.m. on Tuesday? Sorry, no, Wednesday. Sorry, that was a Wednesday, 11:41 a.m.
11:40, Wednesday last week.
Wednesday last week. So it was the day after the first notification was put out to you.
Right, thank you. Peter, just a couple of questions. There's been a lot of information to absorb, and is it fair to say that there's been a significant change in direction from what we as elected members probably thought was going on in this space?
I think it would be fair to say there's been a change in direction from what the technical team thought was going on in this space. And yes, equally a somewhat of a surprise for the elected representatives at all 3 of the partner councils as we've worked through the process. And that simply reflects the detailed business case process of pursuing multiple options and investigating them and coming to, you learn as you go. And what started out as the emerging preferred option is no longer the preferred option as we see it.
And could you help me understand Waipa's decision to, for want of a better word, do their own thing in Cambridge? Remind me as to the scale of the treatment plant they now intend to do on their own in Cambridge. And second, limit to that part of the question, and how much time and future growth will that plant enable them to manage in terms of capacity growth? Poorly worded question, but I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to ask.
So I'll get Jackie to answer the capacity and other questions, but before I do that, it's important that everybody understands that Waipa has not yet made a decision. So, like you, they are working through the detailed business case process.
But sorry, on that point, but they've made the decision not to proceed with the initial concept of a joint.
So they are doing the equivalent of this paper at a meeting on the 6th. So they haven't yet made a decision, and all of these decisions are being made in the context of a detailed business case process that won't actually be complete until we deliver the detailed business case later on.
All right, so Peter,
I think in terms of the relationship between Hamilton and Waipa, it's important that you don't look at this and see Waipa behaving unilaterally, because that is not what is happening.
All right.
And they haven't yet made a decision.
All right. So, Peter, in light of what you said at the beginning of the discussion, I'm now confused, because what I thought you had said and what I thought we had agreed was that there was a significant directional change, that there was the idea that we were doing, Waipa and Hamilton were going to do a joint plant by the airport that was going to manage Hamilton's growth to the south, alleviate some pressure for Hamilton at Puketi, and was going to enable Waipa to manage its growth issues and resource consent concerns with Cambridge by adding a pipe that would then take that load. What I have understood you to have said, as a result of a change of direction, Waipa now is thinking of doing their own plant in Cambridge and still are interested in a future joint project with us at the airport for some future time. Is that not what this matter is?
So if I characterise option 4A in a slightly different way from that, the change in direction has been from a 2 major plant sub-regional solution to a 3 major plant sub-regional solution. And included in this is the view that Puketi will service Ngaruawahia and the communities to the north that are part of Waikato district that will be explored in detail in the northern detailed business case. But one of the significant changes, one of the significant things that went on through the technical work was to understand that there is sufficient space at Puketi to expand Puketi to deal with the support for Ngaruawahia and the north. And once you do that, then when you look at the south, the dollars look quite different in terms of the relative merits of a 2-plant versus 1-plant solution in the south. But let's be under no illusion, the plant in the south that will ultimately be developed under 4A is a large wastewater treatment plant that will be servicing a large area, and whereas part of the next piece of work, one of the things that we need to resolve is quite where the boundary inside Hamilton sits as to which parts of Hamilton would be serviced by taking wastewater south to the new plant as opposed to north to Puketi.
So, Peter, that's very helpful. Thank you. So the logical question is, as we've moved from the concept of 2 plants to 3, Waipa having made, in principle, or has at least raised the option of doing their own thing in Cambridge. Tell me how that affects the timeline, because in theory, Hamilton may have been under the impression that the 2-plant option would have seen the joint plant at the airport happening quicker and alleviating some of our growth concerns or enabling growth quicker. But am I correct in saying now that Waipa is thinking of the 3rd plant that will occur before what would have been the 2nd plant? Is that correct?
So if I come back at that a slightly different way, one of the key things that we need to resolve as we complete the detailed business case is the timing for the sequence and staging of the southern plant. So as the paper identifies, there is a risk that it doesn't happen fast enough, or it's not built fast enough, large enough to support the level of growth, and that all goes to, we're talking about servicing an area that currently sits outside of the planning for urban growth for metropolitan Hamilton. And there's a whole lot of pressure and we need to respond to it. And clearly one of the things that is driving this council is the idea that you need to be open for business and to support growth. But there's a whole lot of uncertainty that goes with that. That will be one of the key focuses as we complete the business case as to how big, how soon.
So thanks, Peter, because that's really helpful, because I think you're right. Timing is at the heart of this issue. And you've referred to the southern plant. We're agreeing that the southern plant is, in fact, it would have been plant 2 at the airport. Is that what you, well, at the airport area?
I think it's in the environs of, sort of.
Yeah.
So,
because if you were doing geographically, I guess the one that Waipa might do in Cambridge is more south than the one at the airport. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to...
It is south in relation to current urban Hamilton.
Right.
The other point, option 2A also requires a very substantial investment from Hamilton City Council in the very short, in the immediate future, that helps to solve the consent problem that Waipa has, as well as the investment that you've included in your long-term plan for Puketi.
Okay.
So there's a significant timing of expenditure as well as when the capacity arrives on tap question for you.
So, Peter, maybe this will be an easier question to answer. Is it likely that the Waipa plant, if it goes ahead in Cambridge, would it occur before the southern plant in the area of Hamilton Airport?
I'll get Jackie to address that.
In paragraph 74 are the details of Waipa's current discharge consent, which puts a date on when they have to have a new plant commissioned, and that's basically the end of 2026. So that's not just designed, consented, that's up and running.
Right.
So the answer to your question is yes, it will be, because we're talking about the comparison between a plant where before we'd begun this, Waipa had done a substantial amount of work on design and understands what they need to do at Cambridge, in comparison to something where we have the notion of what it might be, but we don't have any design or indeed no land yet. So yes.
Thanks, Peter. So at the heart of the decision that, and in my opinion, we're being asked to make quite quickly, is whether or not we should still participate in the southern plant proposal, of which our partner would be Waipa, right? And what we know is a possibility that Waipa may choose to do their own in Cambridge because they've got an early deadline. And so my question is this: in light of the fact that Waipa is likely to build their own, why would we have any faith in Waipa that they would see any urgency in participating with us at what, let's just call for simplicity's sake, the southern plant, or as I now know it in my mind, the second plant? Why would we assume they would be at all interested in doing that in a timely manner? After all, if they proceed with their own plant, they've alleviated their urgency and their resource consent, but we haven't alleviated ours.
So that issue is one of the core risks of going with option 4A. And
which is the one you're recommending?
Yes. And in my mind, the way to address that is through what happens through the balance of the period in developing the detailed business case, where the partners need to come to a shared view of how that works. But let's not kid ourselves, option 2A has a variety of way more complicated financial and commercial delivery requirements than option 4A.
So
To deliver
Yeah,
option
let him
2A will probably require the creation of a council-controlled organisation with shareholding by 3 local authorities and all of the complicated financial arrangements that go with that. So I don't think we should be under any illusions as to the complexity that would be required to deliver option 2A, in addition to the fact that it requires Hamilton to make a large financial contribution way ahead of what you have contemplated in your LTP. So both options have challenges in terms of the financial capability and the timing of expenditure for all of the partners.
I've only got 3 other questions. Peter, in light of that, I am correct, although you've just illustrated the complexity and the difficulty of 2A, that was your preferred option, was it not, until recently?
That was the emerging preferred option, but I mean, I think it's really important that everybody understands this is a process of evaluating and considering options and running down all of the issues that are associated with them. And we got to the point with the technical team before Christmas where it started to become really obvious that option 2A was not necessarily the preferred option. We did more work. We are now at this point.
Thank you. So you've led me perfectly into my second to last question. I was wanting to know when you were aware that we would likely have to change direction. And I think you've said sometime before Christmas. Could you be specific?
I'll let Jackie work through the timeframe.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as noted in the report, option 2 does remain the preferred option in the very long term. So if we're looking way out, then it is the preferred option. But when looking at what's achievable in the timeframes that we're looking at and what's affordable, option 4 is what we're recommending.
Great.
Yeah.
But when were you aware?
Yeah, in relation to having sufficient evidence through the business case process for us to make a recommendation with confidence. Mm-hmm. We weren't in that position prior to Christmas, which is when we were supposed to make that recommendation. And as is listed in the report, there were a number of areas that we wanted tested from a project client-side project perspective. Those things included the capacity of Pūkete, more certainty on the costs, and a closer look at the ability to stage. Prior to Christmas, because we didn't have that confidence, we deferred the recommendation. Some of the outcomes of that further investigation were coming through in late November, early December, and we really tested it in the new year. So it's been in around January.
Right. Because we were made aware of it last Tuesday. Is that correct? So you were aware of it?
I think it was the Thursday, or Wednesday on the... was it last week?
So the process that we work through have been working through is a truly collaborative process. So the consultant team do some work, and then we gather all of the subject matter experts from the local authorities and mana whenua and iwi, and just test things with them. That happened in late December and again in January. And then we did the same with the control group, who are made up of CEs, in February. And then late in February, had a workshop with the governance group on the same matters.
So, but the elected members, I was made aware of it at the closed workshop on the 23rd, which I think is last Tuesday.
Yep.
Right. But the governance group were aware of it before, and you were sort of aware of the potential late November, early December last year.
Well, hang on, the governance group weren't aware of it at that time, Ewan. The governance group had their meeting about...
End of February.
Yeah.
Right, okay. And we're being asked to make what is quite a significant decision today with basically a week of notification and a huge amount of information. So my last question is, in the workshop last week, which in my opinion raised more questions than it answered, I asked for some feedback into the land that could potentially be used for the second plant. Does any information that I have here today, does that help me understand that better? Have you been able to put any information in front of us regarding the land options?
So we haven't shared those with you. We have presented, excuse me, the outputs of a site selection process that we have been through in parallel with the business case work. And the process that we've followed is a robust process that really makes sure that when we lead into a designation and consenting process, that the methodology is solid. So we haven't gone to the point of identifying parcels. We have identified more suitable areas than others, and have had a number of landowners approach us around the potential to locate a plant on their land holdings. So we are in the process of talking to some of those potentially willing sellers in parallel with the business case development. As part of refining the preferred option, we will be having more conversations with those potential landowners, but also including a really clear consenting and designation strategy to deliver a plant.
In light of item 11 having done such thorough research, and I think you've said that included fully understanding the capacity that Puketi had. I wonder if you could answer my original first question in regards to Cambridge's potential capacity and when the growth would run out, but at the same time also articulate exactly when the Puketi capacity, based on our current growth projections, would run out, or in fact would our resource consent run out before the capacity runs out? So two questions.
So I'll answer your second question first. So the resource consent will run out well in advance of when the site might run out of space.
And just remind me, 2027?
27. Yep, 2027 the consent expires. The work that we've done for the business case has really looked at the capacity of the site in terms of the land that's available to expand the plant, and what could happen with significant investment and a change in technology at Puketi. And from that work, which needs to be retested as part of the Northern business case, the team have determined that the Puketi footprint, based on reasonable assumptions, like quite conservative assumptions, and significant investment, would have enough space to meet the needs of Hamilton and the northern communities out to at least 2061. And that also includes some provision for wet industrial activity. So that's the Puketi plant. In terms of the Cambridge plant, Waipa District Council have been waiting for the outcome of the preferred option from this business case process before they really click go on getting into detailed design and consenting processes. So we were supposed to deliver that decision in December. They've been waiting because their consent has dates when they by which they have to have their consent application in. So they haven't done their detailed design yet, but they will, once a decision's made, that's a path they need to go down. The work that we've done for the business case is based on an ultimate population for Cambridge of around 50,000 people, I think. But the long list exercise, the long list options exercise, did look at the potential of siting a sub-regional facility at the Cambridge plant. And there were risks, geotechnical risks, but that assessment did determine that if they purchased the quarry next door to the existing site, that it could have the potential to be expanded to meet the needs of the same service area as we were looking at for the new plant in option 2.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Rob, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I've just got one question, I hope. And that is, at the Waters seminar last Friday, which I and a number of councillors attended, the DIA set out their timetable for the implementation, and the implementation date for the end of the review and whatever comes out of that review is the 1st of July 2024. Is there a probability that before that date, as they go along their journey, that the DIA or central government might intervene and stop this whole project because it may not fit in with the outcomes that they have in mind, or they might decide that the plants need to go elsewhere?
In my view, the answer is no. And one of the reasons for that lies in the answer that Jackie just gave to the dates of the expiry of consents. So you can't take a large pause and breathe because of the timeline that you need to work on to reconsent Puketi, in the same way that Waipa can't wait around to deal with Cambridge.
And nor can central government?
And nor can central government.
Okay.
And certainly in all of the conversations that I have had with DIA, there's been a strong message of you just need to keep going and address the issues that you've got to address in the current situation whilst in parallel the reform takes place. You can't suddenly decide that you don't have to worry about the legal requirements of having a consent and operating within the conditions of the consent.
But might not the outcome be with a number of pocket plants be contrary to the way that the thinking might be post July 2024, when there might be a water company somewhere in this region that will want to run the show, if you like, run the show for the whole region and not just for Waikato and Waipa?
So again, I'd go back to the answer I gave earlier. You know, it would be unfair to characterise the plant to the south of Hamilton in option 4A as a small package plant. It is a large wastewater treatment plant. It's a sub-regional model of 3 wastewater treatment plants as opposed to a sub-regional model with 2.
But isn't that only the one at the airport that is the major one? It's the other ones that are smaller?
Well,
or have I misread?
Puketi will be bigger than it currently is.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's going to be the centre of it all. And while I'm speaking, if I might take some liberty just to remind you in terms of the decision that sits in front of you, the recommendations are that you note a whole lot of things that are work in progress. That's the recommendations that sit in front of you. That's the nature of the decision that you're being asked to make.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Look, we've got no further questions that I can see. Anyone? No, okay. Councillors, the recommendations, page 13 of the supplementary papers here, item 11.
Chair, I'll just see if you point out. Be moving an amendment to the staff recommendation.
Would you like to, no, I'll move this then. Have I got a seconder? Seconded by Ryan. That's on the table. Ewan, would you like to, I'll give you time to put your amendment.
Yeah, look,
explain it and
sure.
Then put the wording forward.
I might not get a seconder, but I would put forward option 2A, which was the original plan.
So would that be to replace it in each space that 4A is currently in?
Correct. So I note Peter's cautionary comments about noting, and what I'm saying is, I agree.
Without getting into the explanation just yet, is that clear that Ewan is suggesting everywhere that 4A is, which is in bold in the recommendation, changed to 2A? And the word 5 plant option would be 4 plant option, I believe. Just they're referring to different plants like Te Awamutu and Ngaruawahia. I think that's the comparison, if you get what I mean. Apples with apples. maybe we just take out the word, when we put in 2A in the amendment, we just take out the word five-blade option completely, because there's several possible. Peter, would you like to advise us on that point, perhaps, what the implication, if we had 2A, to the number of plants we're talking about?
Thank you. Given the nature of the wording of these, it would be, in my view, inappropriate to change by resolution B, C, D, E, which are simply noting recommendations. I think the one that would be relevant is F, if you wished to express a different preference. Because F goes to the level of support that you have for a particular option.
Yeah, I think that's the point there, Ewan, relates to the word notes. That is the staff recommendation to us, and we note that, but we go for option 2A, or signify support for option 2A in F, which is the point that Peter's just made. So that would be the only change to F, to change the word 4A to 2A.
Yeah, look, I'd be
I think that makes
with
sense,
that.
Peter.
Yep.
Is that so? That's that's not much of a change in terms of text work.
So it's just that.
Sorry, Peter, have you got another? Just getting advice so we get the option correct.
So just to step through that, the next piece would be under G, progressing option 2A as a preference has long-term plan implications not just for Waipa and Waikato, but also for Hamilton City. So I think an expression of a preference for option 2A would need to address G in terms of attention to long-term plans.
Yeah, I think that would require, I think leave that one how it is, but add J, that the Chief Executive prepare proposal for HCC's long-term plan reflecting option 2A. So if we go there, that's, I think, the easiest way to do it, but I take your point there that we need to then change our own LTP as well.
Yes.
Just procedurally, because since this really only came to light in sort of January, February, depending, we set our draft LTP, the parameters basically at the same time. December. So we would have done it on the basis of the original thought. Well, could have been 4A.
But you and the changes required in the LTP may not be that major.
No.
But staff should nevertheless prepare the groundwork for them, even if it doesn't transpire that it's a huge dollar change, for instance. There might be a timing change as well.
Through the chair, councillors may or may not recall, but we did have as a unfunded item, and we did discuss it, the contribution from Hamilton, like a contribution to the 2A, and in the long-term plan there is funding provision in the first 3 years for land acquisition and consent design. The remainder was unfunded at the back end of the LTP.
Yeah, I don't want to get into a big wording thing here, because we're still in a sort of a concept stage and making sure that if we went with 2A, we've got the range for the work needed to rejig the figures, if any. Is needed. That's what I'm trying to do, the concept at the moment. So, councillors, I'm going to ask whether any other councillor, including those on Zoom, is willing to second Ewan's motion that we change the signification of what this council prefers from 4A to 2A.
Yes, in the interest of democratic debate, obviously the mover will have to convince me as the seconder as the debate progresses.
Did you say that in the interest of extending the meeting time?
No, I did this for Andrew King and I'll do this for Ewan.
Thank you. So we've got a seconder for that. Tyler or Carmen, are we able to get that up on the board? And has that got the J? Yes. Just show us J, because we understand the 2A up top. Blair, did that do the job?
Struggling to read it, sorry.
Cover that point that has just been raised about coming. Okay, so that would be the resultant extra bit needed to support 2A. So that is the amendment. councillors, we're clear what the motion and the amendment is, and we'll work between them on the board as people speak. As the mover, I'll just speak briefly now. I am probably lucky that about 3 weeks ahead of Councillor Ewan and other councillors around this table, I became aware of this change in direction or refinement of direction. And if you had heard myself and the Mayor discussing this with the governance group and with the staff down the bottom, you would have heard the same sorts of things as you've been raising today, probably with spades on. And the staff are laughing down the back there because they got it in the neck somewhat from both of us about that. And the only reason that I'm ending up supporting the staff recommendation now is that I've had a little more time to consider the options and the directions they're suggesting, and understand that, particularly I think understand that option 4A doesn't exclude 2A. 2A is part of 4A. And I think it's what 4A does is short-term sort the issue of Cambridge out, giving us more time to proceed with bake into our planning the long-term, the final strategic thing we want, which is a large southern plant, allowing for development in the south, allowing for development in some of the semi-rural towns like Ohopo probably, and supporting development in the airport precinct, which I think is going to become more important as time goes on. 4A doesn't exclude any of that. In fact, it bakes it in. Just the time frame is slightly altered. We don't have to rush to finish the major southern plant. They rush to finish Cambridge. We ensure we purchase land to future-proof or capture any value uplift in land for a future southern plant, but the construction is perhaps more measured for that than in 2A, where it would have to be done more up front, or enough of it done up front to service Cambridge to take over that resource consent issue. So I'm supporting 4A because having looked at all the details for some time, I'm able to see that it'll cover what we need. I have added the point I in there because it was important that what we were planning to do under 4A, which was to upgrade Puketi, and the other work that we do ensures that we can still grow in the southern area. And this isn't the final decision now. That's being made, as you'll see in the resolution proposed for the 29th of July, or in the report, is in the resolution, point C. That's when it's finally coming back to us. At that time, there will be information on how we can handle growth in the south and in the north of the city, and whether the 4A is going to fit that bill. So I'm relaxed that we've got our ducks lined up enough to be able to go forward with 4A at this point. It's still probably the other thing I'd add, that we also, part of this is submitting to the other councils that they'd better ensure that they have the right resource in place as well. So that's myself. Some chairs go to the seconder next, but my understanding of protocol is actually it's open to the floor, but I would choose to go with the mover of the amendment next, and then to the open floor. So, Ewan?
Thanks, Chair Dave. Well, what I think is really exciting, whether you support the amendment or whether you support the motion, is that this is being driven by the need to invest in key infrastructure that will sustain this great region's growth. And I think both will achieve that. I just personally believe that option 2A provides better commercial tension because it brings Waipa to the table earlier, or at least it forces them to show their hand earlier. The risk with 4A, and we've heard it from staff, is whether or not Waipa needs to partner with us with the same urgency that we as a city need to manage with our current resource consent limitations. My fear is Waipa has done this to us before. We don't have to look too far back in history where by one vote they let us down over a critical issue over Three Waters. In this current issue, we had spoken and we had had an understanding that the southern plant was the way to go forward. And then suddenly, the spectre of Cambridge Waipa doing their own thing in Cambridge. And let's just look at the facts. The current population of Cambridge is, what, 22,000? What we've heard currently is if this plant that Waipa's talking about potentially occurring, it could manage up to 50,000. So I asked the question, where is the urgency for Waipa to really see the southern plant being developed in a timely manner? We lose the impetus to force them to the table with option 4A. I think that's the critical point of difference. By letting them do their own thing, we have no guarantee that they're going to either have the appetite or have the capability of investing at a later date in what will have to happen out at the airport. So for that reason, I think 2A is a safer way forward. Now, I accept that with new costings, the concern of the cost between getting the pipes from Cambridge to the southern plant has changed the light, but I still believe overall 2A is the most advantageous strategy, and that 4A will leave us vulnerable, and I guess time will tell the level of that vulnerability.
Thank you. I'm looking around and we don't have any more speakers. Does anyone wish to? If not, we're going to move to the amendment, voting on the amendment, which if we get that up on the board there, thanks. Tyler? So that's Councillor Wilson and Gallagher's amendment, which has the change in F to option 2A and the extra J submitting further information to our own LTP. So could we just show this? Oh, you can see the differences there. The first bit's exactly the same in both motions. So could we go to the board here and show of hands on Zoom, those for and against the motion, thanks. So those for on Zoom, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise theirs.
This is for the amendment, right?
Yes. Okay. Have you got that, Tyler? Yep.
The amendment is lost. 8-4, noting Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Wilson.
No, it's the other way around. We're not dissenting.
That.
We're for the motion. Amendment, sorry.
We're voting on that on the board, and those for and against on the board. For Zoom, show of hands for those for the motion. Yep. And those against, none. Okay, so that's it. You got that, Tyler?
The motion is carried, noting...
Go to the, say on the supplementary agenda paper, item 6 on page 3.
Now, Mr. Chair,
Hang on, just before you do that, noting in A, there's a change of wording from accepts to receives. Okay, so that on page 3, the word accepts, the first word in A changed to receives. Now, you've got a procedural point, do you?
Can I just have clarification what time this report was circulated?
This was Friday, 1:48.
Madam Governance Expert, does that meet with our service standards?
No, it does not meet our service standards.
Why?
Our service standards require that reports are circulated to elected members 4 working days prior to a meeting.
Mr Chair, I'd like to move a procedural motion that would take this item and move it to the next Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy meeting, in light of the fact that it doesn't meet our service
I'm
standards.
going to accept your procedural motion after I, as chair, have done an explanation of why I'm receiving it. Why I'm allowing it, I should say, to go on the agenda. It's simply because there is ongoing work involving areas within this.
Mr Chair, I hate to be a pedantic, but a procedural motion doesn't enable the chair to make any comment. The motion has to be put.
Ewan, as chair, I have the right to make a ruling, and I've ruled that I'll accept your procedural motion at a later stage, which is after, as chair, I make an explanation of why it's even appearing on the agenda.
Could you refer to me where in standing orders that is permitted?
Chair's right to rule.
Maybe governance could answer that, just
Yep.
to make sure we're not ultra vires of our own standing orders.
Chair's right to rule on procedure. Sorry. Yes, I'm relying on 15.4, Councillor Wilson, where it says the chairperson will decide on all procedural questions where insufficient provision is made by these standing orders and rule on all points of order. Any refusal to obey a chairperson's ruling or direction constitutes contempt. See section 19, disrespectful conduct.
Can I bring your attention to procedural...
Sorry, no, Councillor Wilson, I've made my ruling there now, and you're still going to get your procedural motion, but when I've made an explanation of why this goes on there...
You can't, Mr Chairman.
I'm sorry, Councillor Wilson.
If you're permitting my procedural motion, then you can't overrule using 15.4.
Councillor Wilson, I'm sorry, you cannot keep saying that. You've made your point. I''ve given my response as chair. You now have to accept it.
So
you now have to accept it,
Mr Chair, can I ask for governance for their advice?
No, the chair's ruling is what's important here.
So are you saying
Wilson,
that the chair's
Councillor Wilson,
ruling...
if you continue, you're going to... I read the last bit out for a reason.
Mr Chair, I'm asking respectfully, are you dictating here today that your decision overrules the advice of governance and that an elected member, when questioning standing orders, doesn't have the right
Councillor Wilson, this is not a law court. This is a council meeting.
You appear to be acting as the judge. So please forgive me if I'm mistaken where I am.
Councillor Wilson, you have interrupted me about 5 times
Yes,
now.
because you've kept interrupting. Mr Chair, would you stop interrupting me while I'm interrupting you?
The chair has the right to run the meeting, and if you don't accept that and you want to keep interrupting and you want to keep going when I've asked you to desist, you will be in contempt, which I don't want to do.
I'm trying to get an answer to the standing orders, and I believe you've erred. You've made a mistake. I believe procedurally...
You may take that up with the council as a whole when the minutes are raised, or with the mayor and chief executive. You may do that subsequent to this.
So you're not going to let governance answer a direct question regarding whether or not the procedure...
Councillor Wilson, that's the end of it. Now, we will come to your procedural point at the time that I've indicated. Thank you. Now, the reason that I have allowed this to come forward at this point, and it is subject to a later procedural motion, is that Mr Bocott and Mr Allen are already involved in discussions on development issues relating, in some occasions, to areas that they personally live in, geographical areas that they personally live in. Staff approached me and asked if they could put forward their declaration of interest so maximum transparency could be had. It is not a question of us agreeing or not to their declarations of interest. It's simply a matter of getting it on the register, which is why, because there's no decision to be made other than to receive it, that I have agreed for it to go here. Okay. Now, that's the explanation as to why it is appearing in front of you. We now move to Councillor Wilson's procedural motion, and I'll ask for a seconder. The procedural motion is that this item be deferred to the next meeting of the Strategic Growth Committee?
No.
What is your procedural motion? No, just tell me what your procedural motion is. You don't have to have apoplexy. What is your procedural motion?
You have mixed the items totally.
What is your procedural motion on item 6?
My procedural motion was relating to item 12.
Well, we're not on item 12. We're on item 6, and if you'd listened instead of being so keen to put yours forward, you would have heard me say item 6, page 3, and actually read out the motion. So if you're withdrawing that, that's fine. So Councillor Wilson.
I said very clearly my item was item 12.
Councillor Wilson.
Sure.
You cannot discuss an item that's not up for discussion yet. You can at the time that it comes up. The item that's up for discussion, as I've told you, and if you'd listen, is item 6.
So,
page
Mr
3.
Chair, in light of...
No, I'm not.
Mr Chair, in light
Wilson,
of that...
I'm not, unless you have a procedural motion...
My procedural motion is, if that was the case, then why did you permit me to ask the questions of governance
regarding item 12? You didn't, right? You raised item 6 was the item.
No, I raised item 12.
Councillor Wilson, you're just deliberately trying to obfuscate the issue. I announced item 6, full stop.
And my question was item 12.
Okay. We're on item 6. We're discussing that. There is no procedural motion in front of us.
No, there isn't, because I didn't have an issue.
Councillor Wilson, I'm not even I'm talking to the whole meeting. Please do not interrupt the chair. That is one of the things that all councillors are well aware of. Don't interrupt the chair. Okay. We're discussing item 6. I've briefly introduced why it's on the agenda. I'm going to ask the governance manager to introduce it as the staff member responsible, or her representative, that is. Sorry?
That's all right. So this report we have just added to the agenda, and it was confirmed at the beginning for the purpose of it having added to the register. That is simply the matter as it stands.
Okay. So the floor is open to questions now about this issue. I'll go Councillor Pascoe, then Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Chair. Look, a very simple question. I just wonder whether the recommendation needs to be changed in from accepts to receive.
I did announce that at the start as well. I made it twice.
Okay, I didn't get that. My apologies, but
Yeah.
that is the motion will be changed.
Can we put that up on the wall?
That's okay. It was a very simple change.
Yeah.
I must have missed that in the otherwise discussion.
There was a bit going on. So, see in red up there.
Okay, thank you. That's
Yeah.
fine. That's my question.
Thanks. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just, in light of, I guess, recent news in terms of a minister who was in charge of Christchurch earthquake stuff, having quite significant land holdings, have we had some, and sorry, I hadn't read this, I'm trying to read as we go, I didn't realise there was a late report. Have we had some legal oversight over this? Because it is, for both of the conflicts, they could be seen as, what's that word, pecuniary? So have we had some?
I'm not going to ask the staff concerned that.
No,
I
of
will
course
ask
not. No.
Jen to speak on behalf
Yep.
of the CE.
Yes, the city barrister has been across this.
And is that in the report? Or what is their opinion?
They drafted, the city barrister drafted the declarations.
Okay, on the staff members' behalf. How is no information here on how we're going to manage these conflicts and public perception of those conflicts?
Yeah, so that will be a key part of the conversations as we go through the different projects where these declarations will be relevant.
Yeah.
And they will be actively managed through those processes and discussed.
Okay, so what is the risk to council or public perception? Have we had that information? I mean, yeah, I get that we've asked legal to speak on behalf of the two staff members concerned, but the whole of council and the perception involved, I'm still unclear as to what our decision-making, as a decision-making body, what the advice is to us.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So the point of these declarations is to have them on the record so that
Yeah.
it's completely transparent that there is an interest in each of these different areas by the staff members mentioned. It's to bring it out very much into the open so that all of you are aware of that and that it's on the public record. You're right, that is a public perception issue, and we want to be as transparent and open as we can in situations like this to minimise that risk. But equally, as we step forward through these projects, these interests and the risk involved around that public perception will be actively managed.
Yeah, and recorded at
Yeah,
those
absolutely.
particular meetings and everything. Okay.
Yeah, and I think too it's worth noting that the people in question won't be involved in the conversations with other parties in those geographic locations.
Yeah. And obviously, we have the resources then of these. I mean, these are two very key members of staff in this work. So obviously, we have, or do you have enough resources to cover if they have to step out or step away from a particular portion of a project?
Yes, we've worked through that.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Sorry, I was just looking at some other information, checking that there's no one on Zoom with any questions. Okay, councillors, I'll move the motion, which is, I was just going to say is up there. Tyler, if you could put it back up, please. With the word receives replacing approves in point A. Seconded by Councillor Bunting. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, sorry, Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing this to our attention. I mean, they've got to live somewhere. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Mayor Paula.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't in to hear the questioning, but I was going to say a similar thing. I think the main thing is the work we're doing through risk and audit around conflicts of interest and maintaining up-to-date registers and making sure that people aren't stepping over into any pecuniary interests, like speculating on land purchase or anything like that, that might tip them over into that definite area of conflict of interest. But so long as they're just living there, I think it's of no significant matter.
Thanks. And one day that may be part of Hamilton City as well, is all I'll say.
You just can't buy a full bare land.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go to the board. I think just...
All the bare land.
Oh, sorry.
Knowing that it comes in.
Sorry, Rob. Are you...
I did come in late. Yeah, look, I guess the only point I would add to this is that I would like to make sure that we've got good processes across the whole organisation, because it's not just at the level of these two senior leaders in the organisation, but with the amount of information that's available to a large number of staff, I would want to make sure that staff have got the same sort of processes. Management has the same processes over all staff as governance has over elected members in terms of potential conflicts of interest, whether they're actual, real or perceived. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Angela.
Yeah, sorry, thanks, Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just want to make sure my colleagues understand that my questions were to protect the organisation and to protect those key staff members, and I wanted to make sure that all the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted. That was my only reason for asking the questions that I did.
Thanks. Councillor Margaret now.
Dave, I just wanted to echo Councillor Rob's comments around having a declaration register for the whole of the organisation, so that we all have that level of protection. And I've often thought, well, big decisions made at the government with us, but the actual contracting and more face-to-face at the coalface kind of decisions are made by staff, and there's certainly a level of protection that they need. So I hope that this will prompt sort of review of what that can look like going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Margaret. If there's no further speakers, I'll put the resolutions, or the two-part one. Can we have that up on the board just before we vote? There. Okay. Those in favour, please raise their hands, including Zoom, if we can see that. Okay. So we're just... Yep, we've got all of that. And those against? None. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Okay, councillors, as signified when we started the session after morning tea, we're going down the order now. The next one is item 7 on page 14 of the original agenda, not the supplementary one. So if you want to switch back to that, please. And that is the approval of our submission to the draft regional land transport plan. And Robin is here to introduce that to us.
Good morning, councillors. So I'll just start by giving a quick update to the fact that, as indicated in the report, we have been working with the working group of elected members that was put in place through the Infrastructure Ops Committee. And as a result of that, there is a draft 2 submission that has been created, and that is included in diligence as Appendix 1. And as a result, we're looking at a slight change in the resolution to approving draft 2 of the submission. Apart from that, I'm happy to take it as read.
So just on that, councillors, on page, hang on page 14, change in B, draft 1 to draft 2. That's the only change, Robin?
Yes.
Councillor Gallagher, is that what you're after?
I'm sorry.
On page 14,
yeah.
in part B of the recommendation, change draft 1 to draft 2.
And that's
the proposed resolution.
Can't find
change.
draft 2.
No, you.
153.
I'm talking about the motion here. In front of us. We changed the wording from draft 1 to draft 2. We'll come back to what draft 2 is in a sec, Councillor Gallagher. So we got that change. So Where do we find draft 2, Robin?
So it's included as Appendix 1 in Diligent, right down the bottom.
Page 153. 153?
Yes.
Right, thanks. So councillors, that's the reference in the motion to that now, rather than the one that was attachment 1. Okay, so questions now. Councillor Gallagher first.
So instead of saying, just sorry, bear with me. I think I'm just trying to find draft 2, but instead of saying we support, we're now talking about as transformational. Just 1.1.
Yeah, you're questioning what's in draft 2.
Yeah. I'm just trying to highlight the difference.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Is that a question to Robin, though?
Or to you and Robin. Yeah, Robin too.
Robin's
Sorry. Yep.
one handling it.
Yes, so one of the changes made was in regard to giving support to the document. So we're not making a statement either way, but we are very clear about requesting a transformational response and a need to have greater reflection of things like climate change, which have come through now. And part of this is recognising that the Regional Land Transport Committee and the Regional Transport Plan works through a process, but that committee has the ability to, in turn, ask up to government to also look at greater emphasis into those, mode shift, climate change sort of activities.
No, thank you. So you're just confirming the quite significant difference between draft 1, draft 2. That's good. That's good. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and I'm certainly not being cheeky or glib in my question here, but what will realistically happen? They'll get the submission. Will it affect, in your experience, their decisions, or...?
So I guess in a similar way to the way Hamilton City Council deal with submissions to our land transport plan, sorry, our long-term plan, sorry, the wrong L. So there is a hearings committee, and Councillor Angela is on that committee for the RTC. Right. And so they will be considering all of these. There are a number of changes that are minor to the document. As outlined in the report, there is legislation in place as to how a regional land transport plan is formed and what it needs to contain and the timelines and all of those sorts of things. It's been unfortunate that a lot of the work was done ahead of the climate change emergency being announced in December. So Regional Council staff have done a lot of work to try and incorporate that and done changes sort of November through February. But there's still a standard recipe and it still has to comply with the government policy statement on land transport. Okay. So there are opportunities for making changes within the RLTP, but probably more importantly, there's also opportunities for the RTC to then be pushing up through to ministry, etc., around other opportunities that need to be opened up if we're going to be serious about the climate change requirements.
Thank you. Happy to move if you need.
Thanks, Rob. Now, I've got the motion moved by Councillor Forsyth and seconded by myself. Oh, sorry, Bunty, I got it before you. Yep. To get it on the table. I've got no other questions. I'm just checking Zoom here. No. So we'll move to speakers for Councillor Forsyth. Do you wish to speak in favour now?
No.
Okay. Thanks. Any other speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gallagher.
No, I'm very relaxed with the change of our submission, and as you've heard me all before, Hamilton is so unique. Hamilton Metro is unique as that we sort of, the needs of a metro environment we want to ensure are adequately taken care of through the process where, of course, Otahonga has an equal vote to us. And, there are two bits to be reconciled, which I respect. A large, low-density, rural-based region, but in the middle of that, of course, is a significant and growing metro region. So I'm very happy and grateful that we've actually at least making this submission.
Thank you, councillor Gallagher. There are no other speakers, so I'll put the resolution to a show of hands. Those in favour, raise their hands, including Zoom, thanks. And that's unanimous, thanks. Okay, thank you, councillors. Okay, we're moving on to item 8, the Draft Housing Strategy and Action Plan. Is Amy going to do that?
She's about to walk through the door.
Not that Amy.
Not that Amy.
Too many Amys.
No, just text her.
Don't worry, we have a very competent general manager who will introduce it in a second.
Yeah.
She can't find Amy.
I can't text and do that. Let me bear with me 1 second.
So that's on page 33, councillors. She's not on Zoom.
Oh, look at that. We wasted enough time for her to arrive. Welcome, Amy. Thank you.
Good delay. Okay, Amy, we're ready for you to
Marvellous.
introduce the report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to start by saying thanks very much to DPA for their support this morning. We really appreciate it, and it was great working with them to develop the strategy. So here to introduce today the report to recommend that the Strategic Growth Committee approves the draft housing strategy and draft action plan. The discussion around establishing a strategy started in May last year with a briefing, and then was approved in August with the establishment of our housing working group of elected members and also Mangai Oli. The aim was to develop a housing strategy that would provide an overarching vision and goals for housing, which was wider than just our standard looking at the spatial distribution, and also looking at the urban form to consider things such as affordability, accessibility, addressing the diversity of homes for Hamiltonians. We quickly identified that the work that the Waikato Housing Initiative had done, that staff had been involved in, was a great starting place, so we aligned the strategy with the work of the Waikato Housing Initiative, and also recognised that framework aligns with the human right to an adequate house, which was referenced by DPA this morning. The outcome is that we've got a vision and goals that have an overarching vision for the housing in Hamilton, with an action plan that identifies short, medium and longer term solutions to start addressing and moving towards those goals and outcomes. I guess the other thing to just note is that key to this is the partnerships that we're developing, working with Kāinga Ora, working with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the community housing sector, the development sector. We can't do it alone, we've got to work with them to achieve it. I think that's all. Over to you, Chair, for questions.
Thanks, Amy. We've got questions starting from councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Amy and Ben. Thanks for your work on this and collaboration with everyone. It's a really good, exciting starting point. I guess in terms of the recommendation, firstly, if we approve this today, is it move it from draft to approved? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, great. One of the key actions, and not critical of them at all, is to develop a precinct plan for Enderley in partnership with Kāinga Ora, which we've talked about previously. And I know they're talking with TGH, but this action is silent as far as TGH. I assume that you've involved them in that precinct plan for Enderley?
Councillor Hamilton, if I might. I think it would be fair to say that there'll be a lot of people involved in that conversation. A precinct plan for that part of our city would be remiss if we only involved ourselves and Kāinga Ora. There will be multiple parties involved, and I know that TGH and Tainui, Waikato Tainui, have expressed considerable interest in being part of that conversation.
Cool. Okay, so perhaps it just needs to be a bit more open-ended there. In terms of that precinct plan, is that like a CDP, or is that a separate is it semantics? Luke's wanting to go.
I feel like it's a technical planning term in this instance.
CD, I'll compliment.
Councillor McPherson, through you, if it's okay. Councillor Hamilton, no, it's not a zoning project. What we're talking about there is really a community renewal of which the structural elements are one part of. So if you look at a place like Enderley, we know that it's an asset owned by Kaingaora. It makes sense for them to focus their investment where they've already got land that they already own, where they've already got assets. We know that the houses that are there are in, some are in very, very poor states. It's an opportunity to look at that place holistically, look at it as a community of which housing is just one part of the solution, and how that would look in terms of its density, in terms of the infrastructure that would be needed to support it. All of that will be part of the mix, but there'll be a whole bunch of other elements that would sit in that type of, precinct plan approach.
So on that, how do we give it?
Sorry, I'll just let Mayor Paula also answer that and then come back to you, Ryan.
Thanks for your forbearance. I have a funeral at 1, so I just want to get this in. We, with the collaboration of Cash and Mark, we are looking at revitalising Enderley as a complete, use the word precinct, that's a good word for it, lining up with Te Koha Health, Kaingaora, Waikato Tainui, the police, the community centre, a whole heap. So it's a sort of equivalent to what you might do on a greenfields development where you had a structure plan, except this is a revitalisation plan and pulls all those threads together. The housing is only one element, so I'm still working through with staff how we bring more integration across the project. But clearly Kaingaora have indicated they've got a mix of assets that they can refurb and make better, and they've got some that will need to be removed, and that gives them the opportunity to put different intensity and different styles of housing. So this is part of a much bigger body of work to help Enderley become a thriving part of our city. And apologies, I have a few.
Thanks, back to you, Ryan. Sorry.
Thanks. No, I totally understand that context, but Luke, I guess what I'm asking is, in terms of making this really meaningful, if it's not a district plan or a zoning change, how do we control or really enable or secure, because it's not just about the land that Kaingaora owns, there'll be pockets of it, but how do we get a really good without making it speak to the district plan?
So one of the things that, in addition to the matters that Mayor Southgate covered, would be things like changes to zones that would logically fall out of that piece of work. And so that's why this is an action in the strategy, partnering with KO, partnering with the other organisations and entities that you heard from both Jen and from the Mayor. If we can do that work in the next 12 months, then there is an opportunity then to include that as part of the scope within the changes to give effect to the National Policy Statement work as part of the work of your committee.
So did you say you will impact zoning?
Yes, I think it certainly has the ability to change the zoning at that location, but it's more than just land use zoning. I suppose that's the really important point, is that it's wrapping around all of the other social aspects and all the other community aspects at that location, of which zoning and the planning and the infrastructure is just one component of how you would renew that area.
No, and I don't want to get too into the detail. I just, in terms of preserving the aspiration here, I'm just thinking if we don't lock in something more robust at a higher level, like, i.e. district plan, it still could end up being quite, licorice all sorts.
Yeah, I take from it that if it doesn't make any recommendations around zoning if this action in this plan, if that was to come to fruition, it needs to say something about zoning and do it in a timely way to include it in our plan review.
And we'll work in alignment with the other work streams that we're going.
100%. I mean, KO are a major partner for us right across a number of areas, including the work that your committee's leading.
Okay, and just two more questions. In terms of the policy, is there enough resource within, existing budgets to give it effect to staff?
In terms of this specific action?
Well, the whole housing strategy, so it doesn't become a coffee table book, it's got teeth.
Yes, there is.
And final question is again related to one of your outcomes around affordable housing, and you've referenced the Municipal Endowment Fund, which will have its own process that this will need to go through, of course, but Affordable housing, could you help us, and I won't get into detail again, Chair, today, but steer away from using this term affordable housing and actually go, relative to, say, Enderley, what does affordable housing mean? How do we achieve it? It involves the Lands Trust, or it involves something, rather than this term affordable, which could be anywhere from $200,000 to $700,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, Ron. I think we've been working with Wendy, and we understand that.
Sorry, Amy, can you just speak into the mic?
To the mic a little bit more.
For the Zoom people? Yeah.
We didn't want to, that was kind of deliberate, and that we didn't want to limit what was going to come out of the work that was being done for the MEF by those consultants. So affordable housing more generally is something that we would like to consider, and then we would say that's kind of over to them to see how that might fit. So I guess as we get more specific actions out of the recommendations from the consultants, we can probably firm that up, would be the intention there.
Cool, thank you.
Cool, thanks, Ryan.
Thanks. I've got a question from Councillor Gallagher, then Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, and obviously, good report, but the chair of this committee always reminds us about the danger of coffee table books, and that's why post LTP I'm going to ask for the review of Franklin and Hamilton East Plan to see if it's still relevant, or we apologise and move on. What I want to do is the intersection, in terms of the report, so that we're obviously in a housing crisis. We know that, obviously. Where is this report intersecting in terms of governance? Is it through the Councillor Ryan committee? Is it through this committee? Where does that happen in terms of regular progress and monitoring from our point of view? And I compliment you on the work you're doing, obviously, but.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, so the intention in the report that we've put up today is that there would be regular updates back to this committee on the progress against the action plan, and as new actions are identified, that would come back at the same time. So I think we proposed biannually. That was the feedback we got from the Housing Working Group of elected members and staff, that biannually was appropriate.
I wouldn't question the illustrious advice you got from the working group. Having said that, I suspect...
Martin, there's going to be time for comment and debate.
Okay, no,
What's your question?
Do you think, given where things are at, I'm not giving extra work, but do you think the biannual interface is adequate, given, what is happening in this area?
Thanks, Councillor Martin. I think given the actions that are currently there in front of us and the initial time that some of these will take to get underway, that the progress within a 6-monthly timeframe would be adequate. Obviously acknowledging that as a number of these actions state investigate, as we investigate and we have new learnings come to this committee, we can review particular actions with particular reporting times.
I'll say, that's fine.
So perhaps the upshot from that is that the next one will be in 6 months approximately, but we may also decide at that point some other time. We have that option at that point on that issue.
Sure.
Yeah. Councillor Bunting, thanks.
Thank you. I'll ask this nicely. Question. So just following on from Councillor Ryan's question there before, regards the developing a precinct plan. So can you confirm you're going to open up the wording so that we're bringing more people into that tent?
Yes.
Would that include other committee work as well? Because as Mayor Paula said, we're sort of heading down that road as well, so we don't want to.
Yes, agree. And I guess the intention is some of these actions, such as the Municipal Endowment Fund one, do have their own reporting streams. So I guess that the idea of the housing strategy is to make sure we've got this overarching monitoring and review of all these actions, but noting that they'll be at those specific
Yes, great. Okay, I look forward to that. Thank you.
And if I could just extend on that, within that action, only listing Kāinga Ora there is a nod to the partnership and resource. So it's not exclusive of any stakeholders.
Great.
But in terms of the exercise of developing the precinct plan with shared resource with Kāinga Ora.
Nice. Okay, cool. Thank you. And just, can you please elaborate on action point 8 for me, on page 59 of your report? increasing support for the community housing sector, including iwi Māori housing providers throughout the consents process. Now, what does that actually look like?
Yeah, so the intention is, obviously we've had a change to the way that we're doing things with Kāinga Ora, trying to get them involved in front-footing the process a lot sooner.
Yeah.
That's sort of a pilot, and given the fact that they have quite a lot of work on, the intention with this would be to make sure that any other community housing providers that are coming to us are getting the same level of support through that consents process, able to come to workshop with elected members early to make sure that we're delivering on the outcomes of the strategy. And
Okay,
what
so
elected
it's not favouring or
No.
pre-consenting, because that would be pretty impossible to get into, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think it would be
Okay.
favouring.
Cool, thank you. That's all I got.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mangai James.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question, and since there was two questions around Enderley, can I ask who from Enderley participated in this conversation? Just so that, you know, at the moment it's been Council and Kāinga Ora, Council, TGH and Kāinga Ora. I was wondering, does Enderley Community Services out there know that something's coming out to Enderley? Or just a question.
Yes, throughout the second half of last year, Kāinga Ora was involved with the community centre in Enderley there, in some broad community engagement about the aspirations of the community, and that was in partnership with a number of other community groups, Te Koha Health and others. So the broad understanding that there is something, that there is a need and that there's something to come is understood from the key community stakeholders.
Okay, thanks. Look, we're going to move to the recommendation here on page 33. It's been moved by Councillor Ryan. Is there a seconder? Councillor Gallagher, thanks. Okay, that's up for discussion there. Councillor Ryan, do you want to speak to that?
Quickly, not a lot to add. I think to all the working group, elected members, staff been involved. Look, this is really good. For me, the big thing, you know, that I'm learning on this journey with Professor Luke over there and district plan and mugs and all these different things is creating alignment. So I guess that's the thing I'll be looking for, that we're all working in alignment with these strategies and policies and make sure that they're all talking to each other and that our resources as an organisation and integrating with the community are aligned. So that's the biggest thing I'm looking forward to. Community Lands Trust is another thing, making sure there's good engagement and good alignment, and happy to be part of that in my role as an elected member and support you guys in your work. But otherwise, yeah, really pleased with this, and congratulations to everyone involved.
Thanks. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Bear with me on this one. It's been many, many years in the broadcasting advertising industry. There was a model we called AIDA, A-I-D-A, and it was basically, and Jen, you'll be nodding your head at this one, you're aware of it, before anyone makes any decision or takes any action, they have to go through awareness, interest, desire and action. And it's really exciting sitting down with Kesh right at the beginning of the term and saying, listen, we really need to focus on Enderley and Fairfield. And it was kind of like everyone knew there was something wrong, but not too long afterwards, people became interested in it. And now I feel we're at the desire point. We've got Kāinga Ora, we've got Mayor Paula, we've got this great work here. We've got all sorts of people with a real desire to do something, and I cannot wait for the action. I just hope it happens in time. So it's been a really exciting journey, and I think this here really adds to that journey. So, yeah, tautoko from me.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
I think you talked about Emeritus Professor Luke of the University of Marrickville, but I do absolutely respond to the knowledge that there's, you know, within the whole staff team, and I think that's really great. And this is, you know, got to be a DUI, not just a HUI. And obviously that's why I had expressed some concern around, you know, obviously having the option to report in, to be flexible, to be nimble, because obviously, as we all know, we have a significant housing crisis in this city, which the government, to its credit, is at least trying to address nationwide. But also I respect the fact that, you know, I think, Ryan, you mentioned the word affordable. You know, what does affordable mean? and in what context. So this is a multi-faceted thing. So, and I acknowledge the work also of the Waikato Plan, Housing Initiative, etc. And I just let's ensure that we don't have the conversation about this document that we may about another two documents that I've been talking about. I think we just really have to have touch points, but and obviously the work of your committee, Ryan, the work of others in terms of this particular strategy. Delighted to hear about progress in Enderley, and obviously, as we well know, there are other high need communities in our city as well, but compliments to staff.
Yes, thank you. I've got Councillor Margaret next, thanks.
I think we do. What I wanted to thank staff in the working group as well for putting together this strategy and action plan. Some work obviously has gone into it, and the depth of consultation and involvement or collaboration looks fantastic. But I just want to come from an environmental perspective, surprise. And I note that under the golden outcome number 4, where there's it's all about sustainable, resilient and connected communities, that we just really keep the environment being a focal point. And I know it's mentioned here, although it's not one of the actions, either of the actions 10 or 11, but that in order to achieve well-being for our communities and having communities and providing an enhanced social infrastructure, the green infrastructure that we also provide for our communities, and that means proximity for homes, it means access for homes, and I see reference here to our community policies and strategies, which is going to include our play strategy and parks, etc. But yeah, I just hope that the environmental focus doesn't get lost or doesn't get surpassed by design and how connected the actual communities are, because the environment part of it all. And I know it with life that one of the closing illustrations in the draft policy, or the draft strategy, shows a mother taking a daughter on a push bike with a nice green space along a cycleway. So connecting to our environment is actually even more important than connecting to, in my mind, connecting the community and to other parts of other well-beings, because we know how important the environment is for our individual health and self-worth, etc. So yeah, to note that let's keep those environmental principles and access to good open spaces and active spaces is noted in the housing strategy as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret. I've got Councillor Kesh, then Councillor Angela.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. Oops. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want...
No.
Yeah, is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, yes, sorry, thank you. They have this slide. Yeah, sorry. So I wanted to touch on goal 3, just in regards to meeting diverse needs of our communities. And I see that the time frame is
December this year, so I'm looking forward to that, and whether it will encompass things like ancillary drillings, which I understand at the moment the cost can be quite a barrier. So looking forward to that investigation. And then on goal 4, the precinct plan for Enderley. Like Mark said, and thank you, Mark, for remembering that that conversation. During our induction, when we're all asked what are we going to focus on, or what our key focus will be on, and I remember mentioning Enderley, and at that time, there wasn't much said about it, but over the last 18 months, it's just slowly building momentum, and it's really exciting that this was discussed yesterday in the community committee and then today in strategic growth, which just shows that there's so much overlap, and there's a sense of collaboration and integration within the organisation to get to this point. So from here, I think it's a matter of just to keep pushing and keep driving to ensure that we achieve the outcomes for Enderley with all these different things coming together. So really looking forward to what happens in that space. Thank you.
Thanks, Kish. Angela, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Oh, very quickly, just 2 points. I think about 2 terms ago, Council tried to get a housing strategy done regionally, and there were many meetings and a lot of talk and nothing got done. So I think it's great that we've just forgotten all of that and done our own. But actually, I'd be remiss if I didn't say kudos to Councillor Thompson and Councillor Van Osten, who aren't here, because I think I was on this working group, but I just contributed one thing at one meeting and that was it. This was their baby, and absolutely I'm always supportive of credit where it's due. So they've driven this term, and I think they need to be congratulated. It's a job well done. Thanks.
Thank you, Angela. That's the... Oh, it's Councillor Sarah, sorry.
Thank you. We've already spoken a lot about the housing strategy, so I don't want to take up too much time, but just wanted to thank the staff again for the great work that you've done on this, particularly given the very short time frame that you were given to pull this strategy together. And thank you for also bringing the community along with you on this, even in that short time frame. And it is just, I guess, the next step in the journey, but there's a lot of investigation and work to do before we take some of these actions, but it's an important step. So thank you.
Okay, we're on to the recommendation. A, receive the report, and B, approve the draft strategy and action plans. I'll have maybe Councillor Kesh and Councillor Sarah can move and second it. Oh, sorry, did you want to...
Oh, no, just a question before we do, if you know, I don't know if I'm jumping in at the right time, but it's been minuted today about the changes to that, so...
Sorry, Bunty, we can't hear when you're turning around.
Sorry, it's just the wording changes around that option about involving more than just Kāinga Ora in that Enderley spatial plan. That's all. Yeah, we don't need to. It isn't the right time to do it, really, to have that. Choice. Staff have sort of left because we're in discussion. No, just proving I was awake. Excellent.
Yeah. Okay. So, moved by Councillor Kesh, seconded by Councillor Sarah. Yep, they're nodding. Okay, is there any discussion? Nope. So we've had it. Yeah. Oh, damn. We have. Well, who moved it before?
Originally it was Ryan and Martin.
Oh, sorry. Where is it? No, we've already recorded it. Sorry, Kesh and Sarah. I got a bit carried away. Yeah. Can we have some more speeches, please? No. Okay. Back to the action here. Moved by Councillor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Martin. Those in favour, please raise their hands on Zoom as well. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Councillors, I think we break for lunch now, and let's come back at 2:45, 1:45, is that all right, people? Sorry? There's still about 4 items at least left. Yeah, but you need to look on the run sheet. Consult Ewan, but we're closed. to the page. We're about to start item 12, Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy, which is in the supplementary agenda. So I'll just wait while you go to that. Now, I'm aware that them...
Item 12 on the original one, which was to
No.
exclude the public.
No.
Oh, sorry, I just needed clarification.
Item 12 on the supplementary agenda and on the same on the run sheet here. Item 10 is the resolution to exclude the public.
Oh, it's a republic
Yeah,
now.
that too.
Have you appointed yourself as the president?
Councillor Wilson, please behave. I know it's hard, but please try. I'm going to ask, the first thing I'm going to do is ask the General Manager for an explanation, not about the issues raised in that, but about how it came to be on the agenda and late onto the agenda. In other words, I'm getting her to do my dirty work for me.
Well, firstly, I'm sorry for the confusion that this situation has caused. But this item it was resolved that we would bring back that we would do this piece of work, the Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy work, at the Strategic Growth meeting on the 18th of February. And at that meeting, you might recall, the committee wanted to move with more haste than we as staff had enabled in terms of briefing dates and what have you. So we negotiated in that meeting an earlier briefing date, which meant that we could do that briefing on the 17th of March before this meeting, but that timing meant that this report was going to be very tight. At that session, we talked about the likelihood of this being a late report. We had the briefing, turns out it was a late report, and we are now in the situation that we're in. So in your hands in terms of how we want to move forward.
So that's the explanation of how it got to be on here as a late item. Councillor Wilson, I've afforded you the opportunity, should you wish at this point, to get in with a procedural motion. If not, that opportunity remains open at any stage during the item, up to the point of the final vote on any recommendations. So I'll ask for your comment if you want.
I've got no comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have Karen in the room to present the report. Thanks.
Kia ora koutou. So, I will provide just a brief introduction about the report and then move to questions. So the Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy, so we see this as a really good opportunity to really set the strategy and resolve some of the problems that we've been facing around urban growth. So that where it fits, I'll talk about where it fits and the scope and how we propose to work through this. So Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy was done in 2009, so it's over 10 years old, and it's actually guided our investment decisions quite well over that time. So one of those, an example of that is the Peacock investment through the Housing Infrastructure Fund. So HUGS was pivotal in that in terms of providing that investment guidance. But since 2009, we know that things have changed, lots has changed. We've got a new vision with a focus on wellbeing outcomes. We're seeing increasing challenges with affordability and availability of land for housing and employment. We have a changing policy landscape with national policy statements coming in from central government, focus on intensification, climate change. And we've also got a focus on boundaryless planning and in particular the establishment of sub-regional plans like the Metro Spatial Plan, Future-Proof, Hamilton to Auckland corridor as well. And so we see HUGS, it's a really good time to review HUGS now, or should I say MUGS. So what we're planning on doing, as we talked about in the briefing for those elected members that were there, is really in scope. What we're looking at here is a set of principles for dealing with out-of-sequence developer requests or out-of-boundary developer requests, and that relates to greenfield as well as infill. A review of the strategy with land within Hamilton city boundaries, as well as land near our boundaries, and this strategy will have a 50-year focus. And modelling, research and analysis, there's quite a lot of work that's actually already underway in that space for community infrastructure, network infrastructure, as well as growth modelling, things like that. This has a big focus on engagement, and will also have a high-level roadmap of actions. So we see this work as taking 12 to 18 months, with the budget to be finalised following this meeting, and once we know more about the scope that's required. And we see this as a great opportunity to solve some of the growth problems we've been facing, to work with our neighbours and to help guide long-term decision making. And I really want to stress the importance of working with our neighbours in this. So as part of this project, working with Waipa, Waikato District is critical, as well as iwi and developers in the community in general. So one of the key things that we're asking today as well, I think elected members indicated in the briefing as well as in the last Strategic Growth Committee meeting that they wanted a reference group, and so you'll see in the resolutions we've sort of left that open for elected members to put that in there. But really what we're asking for today is approval of the scope, so that staff can get on and get the work done.
Thanks, Karen. Questions from Councillor Ryan first.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Karen. Just clarity, question of clarity. That which is out of scope, i.e. land use planning and structure planning, and then that which is in scope, how we make decisions on out of sequence, out of boundary, and our direction for a preferred urban form. How do we deal with that conflict where we've got an urban form yet allow for something that might be out of sequence and may not be considered as part of that urban form?
I might pass that one over to Jen. She's got her finger on the button.
So I think the point is that the actual land use planning or detailed infrastructure planning for a particular area is not part of the scope of the strategy. So the strategy will talk about the principles that we will step into a conversation about around out-of-sequence growth, regardless of where it is, but the strategy does not deliver the land use planning solution for that area.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And just finally, just on some of the estimates around time, initially when we were talking, there was this conversation around it'd be largely done within 6 months. Now, in this report, they're sort of saying we'll have the principles for the out-of-sequence stuff first, but the actual document might be 12 to 18 months. Has that been a revised estimate based on the work of the district plan?
So what we did was we sort of looked at, as we were putting this scope together, we planned it out and looked at how long that might take, including the dependencies and the constraints around the district plan. So that stuff is happening quite quickly over the next 12 to 18 months, and a lot of the information will feed into this. So if you think about the analysis that needs to happen around, I don't know, housing capacity reports, the NPSUD stuff. So we want to make sure we get that at the right time, but also we want to make sure that we engage on this really well, and so that's what we've allowed that time for.
Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, if I can just go to the map on page 88, which is sort of the boundaryless planning, and I obviously get the Southern Links potential strategic growth areas, so that's obviously a topic for analysis, discussion, and then the Tamahere future potential growth, strategic growth areas. So obviously, do I assume that we proceed with that discussion in full knowledge that we in Waikato District Council ultimately may come to a different conclusion or not on that? I mean, I think there are things in this that could be quite more straightforward and things that may require negotiation or even hypothetically intervention of the Local Government Commission.
Councillor Martin, I think Karen was spot on earlier in her introduction when she talked about the importance of the conversations and inclusion of our neighbours in this strategy. This strategy is about planning out what the city is going to look like in 50 years' time, and we all know that means conversations about both sides of the land on both sides of the red line. So where we get to with that is part of it is this conversation, part of it is the conversations that the Mayor and Councillor Dave are having with our neighbours as well.
Yeah, because it's probably, all I'm making the point is a given that I think there'll be easier bits in terms of conversation and harder bits.
I don't doubt that.
Now, just on with regard to the peri-urban, we have our Lake Rotokauri growth cell, right? But obviously we have the Lake Rotokauri catchment. We have an existing low-density suburb around Lake Rotokauri in Waikato District. Is that part of a potential long-term conversation as well? I'm just looking at, the totality of all the peri-urban bits around us.
I think everything's on the table at the moment,
Right.
Councillor. There are known things and unknown things in this conversation, and those principles. We largely know where the areas of interest are outside our boundary, but the principles that we've talked about in terms of engaging in a conversation about out-of-sequence growth and out-of-boundary growth will help us navigate any potential conversation in that area as well.
And again, I'm sorry if I'm just referring to a map on boundaryless planning. I get the R3 as a general shaded area because of potential developers' opportunities and whether that stays with District Council short term and eventually comes to the city long, medium term. The further south, the other bit, which is the Tainui Group Holdings interest in property, jumping across the expressway, and I think using the Cambridge Spur railway line as a natural other delineator, shouldn't that be, I assume that's going to be part of our work as well. All I'm saying is I think this map could be a bit...
The map is indicative.
map is what?
Indicative. But I think that, again, that all of these things are on the table, that this strategy seeks to be our City Council's expression or articulation of our responsibilities to the Metro Spatial Plan. And those growth areas identified through that. And what you've just talked about is very much a part of that plan.
You might want to have an R4 shading, because why I say that is because the conversation's inevitably going to be with TGH and other parties is where they want to put their industrial port activity and the potential of releasing other land that they currently have zoned or want zoned industrial to residential on the on the city side of the expressway. I'm just wanting to get flexible.
Could I say, Martin,
yeah,
that
sure.
I mean, these are good points
Okay.
which we should be feeding into the working group.
All
we're
right,
talking
no,
about,
that's fine.
Who make sure that they get discussed with staff. I mean, I've got some about those areas as other
cool.
people have as
Okay.
well. But
Okay.
I think we should actually somehow in the minutes note down that I'm not going to stopping you, but that there are issues that have come up about geographical issues that are not necessarily included on the map on page 88, which will get discussed within the MHUGS working group. I'm calling it Metro Hamilton Urban Growth Scheme officially.
Yeah, you've assured me that, I mean, really what I'm hearing from the Chair and the GM
Keep you on your toes.
is that the brief of this group is going to be reasonably wide. It's not going to be constrained, and it's going to be able to address all of those issues, even though it may come to a conclusion that I mightn't agree with, but at least you're going to cover that particular dynamic, i.e. peri-urban areas, future of Ruakura, inland port, industrial, etc., etc.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, thanks.
Yes. Quick question. What was the cost of the previous HUGS report?
The report of the strategy?
The strategy.
The strategy from 2009, I might throw to my esteemed colleague on that one. Blair, are you across that?
Wow. Look, I think councillors, from memory, it was mainly a lot of staff time. There were some external parties involved to provide some advice around facilitation. I recall there was a sort of an inquiry by design workshop which lasted for a few days. So that was sort of the primary external cost. But you and Councillor Wilson, I don't have those costs to hand, but it was mainly staff time with a mixture of, as I say, external advice on facilitation, particular advice on elements of land use, but mainly staff.
May I ask another question?
Yeah.
What was the duration of the project? And at the same time, could you give me a ballpark figure of the quantum we're talking about? So we don't, I've understood you to say you don't know what it cost last time.
Yeah.
Could you tell me how long it took? And could you give me an indication of the sort of money we're talking for the next time? Because you're telling me it could be up to 18 months.
So from a time frame perspective, so you want a cost for?
I would like
what?
the time frame for the HUG strategy last time.
Okay.
We don't know what it cost, but I'd like to know how long it took.
Sorry, Ewan, can you just explain for staff's help sort of what you're getting at so that they know why and make sure they get the right stuff?
Well, I'm trying to understand. I'm being asked to sign off on a project, although I note C, that forces staff to bring it back to us with the quantum. I'm being told a time frame, but I'm not being told the amount, but I'm being asked to sign that off.
So you're trying to get an idea of what the benchmark is?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. We don't know what it cost last time, and I was trying to find out how long did it take last time, and how much will it cost roughly next time.
So, because can we come, when you want, if you get that back on the 20th of May with the principals information and budget information, is that going to, because the staff have sort of said they don't have that now. Some of the staff involved weren't here then or doing that job then, Ewan?
Is it worth me explaining briefly how this is going to come together?
Answer as best you can.
To the best of my knowledge, HUGs last time took about the same time that we're proposing now, around 12 to 18 months. In terms of the costs for this one, we had hoped to be able to bring that conversation back, but we ran out of time in terms of being able to get the right people in the room to really scope up exactly what evidence and information we want to present through HUGs and where, if at all, that work was happening already. So there are multiple programs in this space across council at the moment. My expectation and the commitment that I made in the previous conversation around the strategies was that we would do everything we could to ensure we were leveraging the work that was already going on around council. So what we're doing at the moment and what you will see at the next meeting is the summary of that, the work that we are going to need to deliver on the scope and the pieces of work that sit outside currently funded programs.
So, Mr. Chair, so we're saying that the scope has to be agreed today to enable you to then determine the cost.
Yeah, so we have started doing that piece of work on the basis that the scope is around about where you've discussed, so that we can, as quickly as we can, frame up what extra funding, if any, is going to be required for this.
So, final question. So you're saying that by approving this today, we are not at all committing to this. What we've committed to is an agreed scope that enables you to do your budget.
Yep.
And then you're going to come back to us and put the budget. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, you have. I would say, though, that we will absolutely start the work on some of these key things anyway, because we wouldn't want to lose that time. But if in a month's time we're not on, then we're not on.
So, Ewan, there's one driver for some early return apart from the budget information. We want a set of principles that would give us some guidance on out of sync development proposals, and we've asked for that by the end of June. So, if we're not even starting that work until May, it won't happen by the end of June. If some of that work's done by now and we have a meeting or two of the councillor working group, then staff believe they can have it to us in 2 meetings' time.
That's led me to another question.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've got all day, which is great. In light of our district plan review, and one would imagine you'd use the district plan to implement aspects of your growth strategy. It helps to form that. How are the two going to be able to cross-feed between Ryan's driven initiative and this initiative if they're happening contemporaneously?
That's an excellent question. And in a perfect world, these things would be linear, and we would do the Metro Spatial Plan, and then we would do the Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy, and then we would review our district plan. Unfortunately, given the regulatory changes, that has not been the case. But there is significant crossover in terms of the people that are working on those two projects. That is one of the projects where there will be sharing of technical studies. I think that's the right term. So we won't have to repeat that work, but they will travel alongside each other. We know what, from an urban growth strategy perspective, we largely know the areas that we're talking about. We know that we need this set of principles. There's a lot of known quantities in this space. So I feel confident and comfortable that the two can naturally work together, and we will see the coming together of those, that the key parts, particularly from an infill perspective, the key parts of the Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy and the district plan have already been well canvassed with elected members.
Thank you.
Thanks. And we've got the same general manager for both parts.
That's right.
Yep. Councillor Rob, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to carry on with that line of questioning around the finances. How would we avoid the duplication? How will we avoid duplication and costs as a result of this work being done contemporaneously? You're painting a picture that we should, but will we avoid that duplication of costs with the work being done in different silos, potentially on the same thing?
So the work is not being done in different silos. I think that's the point.
Okay.
That the way that, particularly in that growth space, it is in the machine, it is the usual suspects. So the people that are across this project are across the district plan project, are across the growth planning, and if Ruakura and R2 are across what's happening on Road to Cody. So those teams are really tightly interlinked these days.
Okay, thank you for that. In paragraph 25, I'm now coming back to my questions. Paragraph 25, you indicate that you'll provide budget information to the Strategic Growth Committee 20th of May. That's still that's still the date, given we were talking about not being able to get information to us until June?
Growth principles in June.
Okay. So when we get this budget, will it have real figures in it, or will it simply say that it's in line with existing budgets? And I'm asking that question because it is it's a little bit of a bitch question that I have at most of our meetings now, where that's all that we get. So will we get a separate budget which tells us what this is actually
When you
going
say
to...
real figures, Rob, can you explain?
Well, yeah, the figures that, or the information that we tend to get is that it's covered within existing budgets.
But no actual cash figures.
And there's no actual calculation of the budget. And there you're talking about, consultancy fees, legal, as well as internal staff costs.
Am I allowed to answer a question with a question? What would the committee like to see?
Well, I think Rob's made the point, which we, and Ewan's made it before, that we used to get actual budget cash figures, which included an estimation of staff time and the cost of their salaries, not individuals, of course.
No, it was usually at $100 an hour or something that gave it, but there was the estimate of internal number of hours.
But it would also say what budget it would come from as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
And if it wasn't existing budgets, that would be identified as new money needed. which would then allow us to put things into LTPs or annual plans. Is that the...
Yeah, so even if it is coming from existing budgets, and I raised this at Finance last week, I'd really like to see, and I'm sure other councillors would, an estimate of what that cost is for this particular and indeed any projects that we're doing, so that we've got a little bit of oversight as to what the project's costing. Because if it wasn't as necessary as you or we think it might be better to deploy staff in other areas where there might be other priorities in order to get the best value from the resources that we've got.
Yeah, I completely understand, and I really want to say yes to you. I'm going to temper that by saying that because some of these pieces of work are happening in other programs, we're reliant on those programs getting the costings for them. And it may be that they haven't got to that point yet, but I absolutely take your point and we'll do what we can.
I appreciate there may be some difficulty in some areas, but at least if you alert us to those, but we actually get some indication rather than, you know, something that's kind of silent, just saying, well, the existing budgets cover it, doesn't really give us the oversight of what the project's costing and whether we think from a governance perspective it might be value for money in terms of what we're seeking to.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Those are my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. No other questions showing. Oh, sorry, Ryan.
A question or a comment?
Oh, Blair.
Yeah, hello.
Blair's got a question.
No, comment, just a comment. Councillor Rob, just to further to your question, I think the other element to this is the HUGS work is very central to a whole range of interrelated work programs. So Jen's touched on some of them, but there's also, for example, the $3.8 billion Government Housing Acceleration Fund, which was announced a week and a half ago. This work here, linked with our work with Future-Proof, linked with the Metro Spatial Plan conversation this morning, linked with our discussion with Waipa and Waikato, they're all interrelated. So in many ways, the work on HUGS isn't isolated just to HUGS, it's picking all of those elements together. So they are very much an integrated web, and the HUGS work is critical as we start to line up and think about, for example, the future-proof response to that Housing Acceleration Fund. So to the extent that we can provide that information, we can, but I would also say that there's many, many layers to this.
No, look, I understand that, but whatever we get, I'm hoping it will be better than what we're currently getting, and that's really the aim of my question and comment. Thanks.
And Councillor Ryan, who's not sure whether he wants to ask the question or not because he's been coming and going off the list.
No, it's just a question around the staff recommendation. I'm not sure whether I should direct it to you or Jen. Are you looking to land on the working group today, or is that?
I was going to, the names, yes, that was my next thing I was going to ask, if there were volunteers or for those positions. Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
So I'll ask that now, since there are no other questions.
I'm
firstly, if I ask Mangai James and Mangai Ollie whether one of them want to be on it. ACS?
I think Ollie's there. I guess one of the questions was just to clarify the frequency of the meetings, if I can ask that question, sorry.
What staff normally do is look at everyone's diaries and try and make it fit. That's not on the frequency, that's on whether they're even possible. That's the first step. But how many did you envisage, Karen?
We were envisaging monthly.
Monthly?
Approximately. For about an hour and a half.
How's that grab you, James?
A day.
Daily.
I guess both Ollie and I, Mangai, Ollie and I had a conversation prior to this meeting. As a default, that'll be me. I'll be happy to participate in the HUGS review. So, and I guess there was a consistency with the District Plan Amendment Review Committee too. So that was the rationale.
So that's one position proposed, when I can get this working. It's James. Elected members' interests, there might be quite a few. Ryan, I'm interested. I'm looking to see any hands raised. Rob and Martin.
I'm on that district plan committee too, so there may be.
I said, staff asked me about this and I said, look, I don't mind it also being an open committee in the sense that if there is wider interest, we should have people on there, but at least we get a starting group. So Ryan, me, Martin and Rob.
What about the new blood?
I'm looking at them, but they're holding their hands down by their side.
I would expect that Sarah or Maxine or Kesh, one of you, Sarah's hand is up.
Sarah.
The eyes are
I'm
raised.
interested, but I'm just sort of
Yeah.
worried about workload, so if it's...
Martin volunteered to look after the children. Well,
Okay, great.
don't go offering other people if you're
I
not.
will not be claiming the allowance. I will not claim the allowance.
Look, we will let everyone know, but I'll make a special point of those that have put their names forward, their diaries being checked in order to determine the meeting. Is that all right? Yep. But we won't be exclusive past that. Okay? So we've got, you got those names down, Tyler? Included Sarah's.
Apologies from me, Chair Dave. I just joined back into the meeting, so from my visit out to Turner High School. So I am interested in the
Oh, Ed Maxine. That's it. That's all you need to say. Yep, we got you, Maxine. Thank you. Get many submissions out there.
it was more of a conversation than any other exercise.
Yeah. Okay. We've got a group. Okay, we're on to the motion. I'm going to move it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ryan, yep. Got in there. And we've added those names which will appear on the wall there. Yep. And everyone will be advised of the meeting, but we'll work it around these diaries. Good luck with that, Karen. Okay, Ryan, did you have a question or do you want to speak to it? Okay, you go first.
Look, just three things really. This to me is a no-brainer. Growth is happening within our city, and we've just heard from central government a $2.8 billion infrastructure fund that's going to be landing somewhere, and we need to guide it or be guided by it. So this is our opportunity to be at the desk and enshrine principles which will enable good urban outcomes, and as we integrate those outcomes with the edge of our boundary. And also Kāinga Ora has money which has to land and will be landing in and around our city. To the question around Councillor Wilson with a district plan, that's been my comment from the very start with all these documents, and I said it earlier with the housing policy, there has to be an alignment with these documents. They've got to speak together and they've got to work together. And if I could humour you with a visual, what I anticipate, we've got the Metro Spatial Plan, which is a 100-year plan, and this speaks to a 50-year plan, and it's coming down, and then it's like a top-down, and then we've got the district plan, which is a bottom-up, and I'm hoping that these two things will integrate and be beautiful. So that's my that's all I have to say on that.
Who wants to follow from that? Ewan.
Yeah, I'm still reeling from that visualisation.
The beauty of it.
Just very quickly, look, I support this item. I do want to take the opportunity to highlight the fact that it came late to this meeting, and I do want to take the opportunity to remind the chair and staff that we have a service level agreement that requires these items to be within a set time frame, and it wasn't, and I think we should strive for better, so I wanted to get that on the table. I also want not to dampen the enthusiasm concerning the Housing Acceleration Fund that both Head of Special Ops Blair speaks about frequently, but also Councillor Ryan. it reminds me of the Spade Ready opportunity that had us all running around hoping for copious amounts of cash to flow our way, and the organisation sort of span itself around in trying to make that work. And when I last counted, we achieved little. So I want to challenge those who are passionate advocates. Hopefully we can land something this time around. But otherwise, I think this is timely. I do feel it is out of sequence. There's an irony, the fact that this item came out of sequence, really. But there is a out of sequence with the district plan, because it should have happened before the district plan. And I'm sure Chair Ryan understands that the district plan is to give effect to multiple planning instruments. And it's the surgical tool that we can use to give effect to both MPS, any national environmental standards, RPS, and these types of documents. And so it will be absolutely essential that you're able to use your skill to draw out the key learnings as you go along contemporaneously. But other than that, great.
Thanks. Councillor Gallagher.
Councillor Wilson said this was a late item, but as a relatively new councillor, can I say this has been 35 years in the making? 35 years ago, I was in this chamber discussing HUGs. I've got a feeling I was one of the early chairs of an earlier iteration. If you had said and pointed out, and Margaret Evans did point out that, you know, I've said we left to officials the issue of boundaries. If you had said that in years to come I'd be flying into Hamilton Airport and I'd be flying over Tamahiri, and I would, if I was a stranger, would think it was just part of Hamilton. If you had said that Tamahiri would evolve to those lifestyle block neighbourhoods, Lake Rotokauri would essentially be very suburban with, you know, with a low density but lifestyle blocks around Lake Rotokauri. If you'd said all that 35 years ago, we would have been somewhat mystified. So you can talk about 50 years. Well, you know, 35 years ago we started this exercise, and this is really important that this time round, it's hard to see what is 50 years in front of us with how the planet is evolving and we're evolving. But I'm really hoping that this group and Councillor Ryan's committee are going to work really closely together, joined at the hip, so to speak, because obviously you want to get some really good urban design and urban outcomes. So for me, there's a bit of personal irony. My very good friend and colleague, Councillor McPherson, sometimes is referred to me as Councillor Rip Van Winkle. To be honest, and I am a new councillor relatively in heart and spirit, this is a Rip Van Winkle moment. And I think we've done a whole lot of good stuff since 1989 or 1985, 1986. But I do hope on this exercise we get this a bit better. And I hope we don't have a council in 35 years, 40 years' time pondering, if you like, on missed opportunities for urban shape and form.
Yep, that's a good segue into what I was going to say as the mover. There's no one else speaking? No. So I'll exercise my right of reply now. To me, it's important that it's not just Hamilton as previously urban growth strategy. It's vital that it is. The reason I've been using the MUGS term and MHUGs and that is because we actually have to look at the urban form outside our boundaries as well, or as Martin called it before, the peri-urban form, some of it. If we don't do that, we're going to be in the same situation in another 32 years' time, regretting that we didn't have a wide enough scope or wide enough vision. I think the urban form of Cambridge, Te Awamutu and Ngaruawahia and Te Kōwhai are part of the Hamilton story. And the Metro Spatial Plan says that, But while the Metro Spatial Plan, as Councillor Ryan eloquently demonstrated, is sitting up here in the stratosphere, it also has a lot of clouds below that are part of it, right down to deck level. Those clouds, sometimes a very dense fog at the moment, and that is the short and medium term things that we need to do to ensure that development's happening in a sensible way and an urban way that sets us up right for the future and doesn't mean houses having to be bowled or roads being put in where they shouldn't really have to go, other transport systems, etc. We need to have a good idea about the whole thing from the near future to the distant future in this, and HUGS is the bit that connects the development proposals that come from us and the district plan, Councillor Ewan's surgical tool. I can just see Dr. Ryan over there with his scalpel hacking into things, being the surgeon, right up to the Metro Spatial Plan, but we need to get that going ASAP. We're behind the 8 ball. I'm not too worried about the order because this is what we've got now and we have to do our best with the time we've got. So look, let's move to a vote. Can we have a show of hands? Sorry, the resolution is on page 76 with the names that have been included. You've seen up there. And that meeting won't be, those meetings won't be exclusive, by the way. I've moved it, Ryan seconded it. Show of hands, those in favour, just raise them. We got Zoom land, Maxine, are you awake? There's her hand, yep, that's unanimous. She was looking at some other device on. Yeah. Okay, councillors, thank you for that. Where are we going now? Back to the open agenda. The information-only reports, I haven't received any request for discussion on that. Note that council is fully at liberty to raise directly with the staff, the managers responsible, any points arising from that. So I'll move that the information-only reports be received, seconded by Ryan. Those in favour raise their hands. Anyone against? No one against? That's unanimous. Thanks. We'll move to the resolution to exclude the public as listed on page 152 there. C1, C2 and C3. I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Ryan again. Those in favour raise their hands. Against? It's carried unanimously. 1 vote to 0 with no one against. So we're on to the